Why am I playing so low? Alright. Hello, all. We're playing more of the spooky game, but I don't have a friend this time, so I'm completely alone. Be terrified. This will go great. Oh, goody! Dark hallway. I'm having a lovely evening. I just got home from uni. I ate some dinner. It's time to be afeared. It's spooky month. Yippee! I was like, I'm so excited to play this game on stream again. I start the game. I am not excited to play this game on stream again. Okay. That's not concerning at all. I'm gonna go use the bench. I should probably upgrade these. Oh good, I can do it instant. I have too many lights on? What do you want? Do you want this? Is that better for streaming? Is that more acceptable? How about this? Is that better? Does that give the vibe? Or how about a green? And then let's just lower. There we go. Is that adequate? Are you happy now, chat? There we go. The red or the... Well, I think the green fits better with my setup, and it's more Deadspacey. Deadspace has a pretty red vibe in a lot of ways. Okay. No, don't like that. Why don't we... That was a bad decision. That was a bad decision. Cool! I think that's my first real combat death in this entire run. Because I've only... I have... That's death number 4. Should I put up a death counter? Chat, do we want a death counter? This game sounds like Stranger Things subtitles. I was trying to use my buzzsaw. I thought the buzzsaw was a good idea. We're starting strong! Oh, I think my gain's set up too high. Is that better? Does that sound better, chat? Okay. Let's upgrade that damage. Yeah, I have maximized damage on this beautiful, beautiful device. Plasma cutter, my beloved. I'm not even kidding, genuinely plasma cutter, my beloved. Okay, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Ow. That's obvious. Are you actually dead? Okay. That's fun. The wall guy's a little upset. He's had an upsetting day. The gods he worshipped have turned him into a wall-mounted meat launcher. And I imagine that, for most people, that would probably be a bit of an upsetting progress. Hi, motherfucker. I don't have time for your nonsense. Get stomped on. I am wasting ammo. I don't like open vents. They give me concern. Okay.
You're close to the chemistry station. Once you get the chemicals, you're also going to need a DNA sample of the alien tissue. I'll search the records for one.
I think we're getting close to my least favorite part of the game. Yippee! What fun! I hope you're all enjoying this, chat. Hey, sometimes power tools are required to deal with the undead. It's fine. No, I don't know why my response to horror is to start talking in an accent.
Personal log, Dr. Charles Mercer. I now have a live subject for my study. I'm eager to validate my tissue regeneration theory. Initial restraint was problematic, but now the patient's resting comfortably. He trusts me,
Nope.
Dr. Kai.
Don't like that.
He puts his life in my hands. He knows his part in all of this. Understands what I'm doing. The forehead has been swabbed clean and marked. What are you doing with that? Attempting to create a passage to insert the sample to...
What a pleasant little bit of information. Okay.
Your fight for survival is admirable but pointless. And yet you keep on going. It almost makes me think that we have hope as a species. Am I the only one who sees that we have died out a long time ago? We just haven't accepted it yet. Stop running. Stop your struggle. Our future, your future, the future of our race ends here. Allow me to introduce you to humanity's child, the children that will replace us. Our greatest creation.
That's not concerning at all. I'm locked. Oh, good. This thing can't die, by the way. It just grows back.
Can't kill it, Isaac. It's just gonna keep regenerating. Get out of there! Run!
Welcome to this game's version of Mr. X. I hate him. He is my personal nemesis. No, 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 leave my ass alone. Leave my ass alone, please. Oh god, he's chasing me. Run.
One there. Pete, come in, Isaac. Kendra.
Nope.
One there.
Hammond, where the hell have you been?
At least hydroponics. It's bad down here. Really bad. You can hardly breathe. The organic matter is growing everywhere. I'm singing. But sleeping.
Oh fuck, it's gonna pop out. It's gonna pop out. Yep, I know. Let me out. I don't like this.
Now you need to find a DNA sample of the growth.
Awesome.
According to lab records, there's an inert sample stored in the ICU.
Okay.
Dr. Mercer was apparently doing intensive research on it. I've been trying to contact Hammond, but all I'm getting is static. Isaac, you've got to hurry.
Okay, let's save. That thing is such an ammo consumer. It's very frustrating. Okay, how am I doing for inventory space? I know he's after me, but I have things to do. Don't make noises like that right now, game. Anyway, chat, how's your day been? What's new with you? Please leave me alone, creature. Okay. We're doing fine for Ripper Blades. We could use with some more pulse rounds. And I need a refill on plasma energy. I am basically out of healing items. Good evening, Harley. I'm having a great time. We're at my least favorite part of the game. Yippee! You can't eat me right now, Mr. Necromorph. I am shopping. You are correct, Siegfried. Oh god, I can hear him. I can hear him and he's in the vents. He's in the walls. I don't like how long this is taking. Okay. He's in the ceiling, watching, waiting, commiserating.
You hold on to what was once your war.
Say it ain't so. I will not go. Don't eat me. That is weirdly that song worked. I can hear him.
Listen. Can you hear it? It's coming.
Yeah, fuck
Say
you.
your prayers.
Cool. Awesome. Let me out. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Okay, he's gonna fight me in this room. Where do I need to go? I hear him. Where is he? That is not him. That is him! Okay. You need to leave me alone. I'm busy with your big brother. Please, leave me alone. Okay. Awesome. Okay, cool. No legs for you. No missile launchers for you. Is that a fun compromise? Give me that ammo.
Someone keeps shutting down the door protocol. I bypassed the lock. Go!
Okay. Yeah, I know. Fuck you. Let me go. I want that stuff in the back corner there. No, fuck you! Okay. Let me get the credits first. New game. I can see the item. Okay, let's reload my ammo. And try this again. Yeah. Okay. Cool, I hate this thing. Fuck you, Wallmaster. Yeah, I know, I know. Yet. Ow. Assholes. I don't like that guy. Okay, I need to go that way. But there's a free O2 thing down there. Maybe some gear. Oh cool, it won't let me shoot him. It's a little cinematic. Isn't that fun? Hey! Everything okay? Are you doing alright? Okay. Cool. Well, you have fun with that. That's okay. 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 We're doing great. How are you doing, Bellamy? Relative to the stuff. Oh, goody. Another locked door. I don't like this chapter. Chad, I don't like this chapter one bit.
Persona log, Dr. Chalice Mercer. The specimen continues to respond well to my experiments. Its cellular fortitude, not to mention elasticity, is remarkable. Dr. Kine, I'm sure, would disapprove. But I do not anticipate that issue as the good doctor is busying himself with the marker. As if that matters now. He has also succumbed to the same dementia that afflicted the colony. Only yesterday.
That's it, Isaac. Now you just need to...
This has gone far enough. Accept your part in the God's plan. Embrace your own extinction.
Warning. Life support system failure on medical deck.
hell was that?
This game is so subtly about
The entire
evangelicals.
deck, and I'm being locked out of those systems. All the air has been vented into space. You should be able to bring it back online from the security station, but you don't have much time.
Let me save. No, I can't save. Okay. So the remake didn't make him a vocal protagonist. Dead Space 2 and 3 did. And Dead Space Remake, to put it more in line with those other games. Oh, goody! What fun! This is why I keep this gun on me. It's not a very good gun for most xenomorphs, but it's really good at dealing with those little buggers, so I don't waste a bunch of ammo. That might have been a waste of a power node. IMO, oh fuck. Okay, where is oxygen? Where's some oxygen? Yeah, I'm dead. What fun. Okay. I need to be faster during this section. And I probably shouldn't stop at the secret door there. I also need to fix my... There we go. It's so quiet during this section, too. It's just... nothing else.
Persona log, Dr. Chalice Mercer. The specimen continues to respond well to my experiments. Its cellular fortitude, not to mention elasticity, is remarkable. Dr. Khan.
I'm gonna save this here.
I'm sure would disapprove. But I do not anticipate that issue as the good doctor is busying himself with the marker. As if that matters now. He has also succumbed to the same dementia
Isaac
that afflicted the colony. Only yesterday.
What was I talking
he
about
told me
before
he
I
had spoken to his
suffocated?
wife, but Amelia Kine has been dead.
That's it, Isaac. Now you just need to...
This has gone far enough. Accept your part in the God's plan. Embrace your own extinction.
Life support system failure on red alert.
How was that?
Activated.
Isaac, we've decompressed the entire deck, and I'm being locked out of those systems. All the air has been vented into space. You should be able to bring it back online from the security station, but you don't have much time.
We are fucking running. Nope, don't have time for you. Let me through, let me through, let me through. I do need that ammo though. I was right there! I died like right
You've got
before.
everything you need to make the poison. Now get back to the chemistry lab.
Oh,
What are you going to do? Do it fast. Can hardly breathe.
okay,
You're
so
cutting
like
out,
the game's
Hammond.
kind of about
I'm
evangelicals.
gonna try to switch
Kind
over.
of. It's not.
I
So
lost the signal.
a lot of
I'll
evangelicalism
continue
is
scanning
built
for his
in
location.
this sort of
You have to get that
cult of
compound
the
mix.
apocalypse. You know, it is a cult of death. And I'm not the best person to explain this stuff. I've researched it a bit. So when like the whole rapture thing and all that stuff is built into that, and the idea of like the end times and that being part of God's plan or whatever. It's a whole thing. I need more plasma energy. Okay. I think I'm gonna buy another node. Thank you, Harley, that's good to know. It's like, this section seems unreasonably difficult. In fact, I was just making it difficult on myself. I also had a fucking air can the entire time, too. That's fun. Okay. Shit. Okay.
I've got more intel on the atmosphere. A survivor's report says a massive creature entered the hydroponics deck from outside the ship. That's when the air quality began degrading.
Whew.
The survivor called it the Leviathan.
Yeah, I feel like Deadspace was a game that was made while listening to a lot of Nine Inch Nails. Okay. Now this gun's usable. Like, Dead Space is the most Nine Inch Nails core game. Are you alive again? Okay. That's where we're supposed to go, but I haven't been through this area before. see what's up here. Maybe I should leave this for now. We'll go to where we're supposed to go and then we'll try that. Okay. We're back where we started.
Processing request. Please stand by. Final mixing complete. Please remove the capsule.
Let's hope that poison works. Head back to the tram station and get up to hydroponics as fast as you can. Still no response from Hammond, so be careful. There's no telling how contaminated that deck is.
I'm beginning to truly admire your spirit, misplaced as it may be. I think you should see the whole plan. You should not spurn the hive mind's offerings. You deserve to witness that, at least.
Isaac, why'd you take that elevator up and then immediately down again? We need you to use the poison. That's all you get in response. Actually, I'm gonna loot this room. I have a feeling this is a boss fighty moment. Yeah, that was a lot of ammo. I don't like this section of game. I'm looking forward to not dealing with this guy anymore. Yep, it's the boss fight! Oh boy!
Perhaps now you will understand. The work I have done must continue. Will continue. I, Dr. Charles Mercer, shall serve as the catalyst for the salvation of our species. These specimens will return to Earth.
Can we get some
I
some
will spread their divine glory across the entire planet. I will leave you with my creation. Embrace the inevitable.
Yeah, hi, I know. Okay, come here, bitch. Come on. No, let me shoot. What's the thing that I'm supposed to activate? Oh, is that it? Is that it? No, that's ammo. No, fuck off. I'm busy. I need to deal with the minions. Okay, I'm gonna die. Actually, I have healing. I have healing. I have healing. I have healing. Let me run. Let me run. Let me run. Let me run. Where are you? Oh god! No! Stop grabbing me, tiny baby man! Get punted. No! Another one?! That's just unfair! Come on. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Okay, I need to go in here. And come on. Suck it!
Freezing cycle successful. Transporting patient.
I win! I'm the video game girl! I'm the one who wins!
I've managed to override Mercer's lockdown. There's a secondary tram station nearby, and you can take it to hydroponics. Let's just hope there's enough time.
Get fucked, you bastard! What annoys me is I did waste a lot of ammo there. Like, way more than I should have. It's fine. I put him in timeout, chat. He was a naughty boy. He lusted after my meat. Why did I say that sentence? Xenomorphs look at Isaac's Isaac in his suit. Xenomorphs look at Isaac in his suit like a cat looks like a tuna fish tin can. There's a tasty treat you have to crack open. Please, no one clip. He lusted after me. Do not do that, please. Jack is crying, frozen and stored away. 4K 60 FPS. Don't forget that part. I need someone to edit an image of Isaac with just the text. The xenomorphs lust after my meat.
Hydroponics log, Dr. Elizabeth Cross reporting. I'm pleased to say that we're working close to maximum capacity at the present time. All flora is healthy and thriving, and food yield has created a surplus. I was going to pass the surplus on to the colony, but the captain has given a no-fly order. I want to note my opposition to that order. Everyone knows they're in trouble down there, and I don't see what denying them our surplus will achieve.
Ah, fuck off. Bastard creatures. Oh, good! Oh, good, we've gotten to the part of the game where the game is doing whispers in Isaac's head. That is definitely not a bad thing for me to deal with. No, not a problem for me. For totally unrelated reasons, I can never play Senua's Sacrifice. I did not consider the consequences of choosing to play this game. But chat, we did it! We got past my least favorite part of the game! I'm a god!
Watering cycle initiated.
Hey Triss! I'm experiencing terror. You are... Triss, if you want to come hang out like last night, you're welcome to.
Isaac. Good to see you in one piece. Don't take your helmet off. The hair's rotten. I gotta look at it. It's huge. You won't believe it. Shut itself in food storage. Crew that was on this deck, I think they're what's poisoning the air. They've been transformed. I saw one of them. Bloated, swollen. They're like poison factories. We need to take them out where we can still breathe.
Hammond! I thought you were dead. You need to get to cleaner air. You're not going to be able to help Isaac in your condition. Isaac.
Oh no, I'm
scanning
sorry
the
you're
area
having
now.
pain issues. I was having
He's
those
right.
earlier.
There's something really big in food storage. But I can't get a good scan.
Oh
My
boy!
ratings are off the scale. Be careful.
There's big and dangerous meat in food storage. I need to have like a thing that shuts my mouth off from saying stupid things that sound awful.
That's the door to food storage. But I can't override the integrity lockdown. You have to destroy the pods to bring the air quality up. Then you can go through and use the poison on the Leviathan.
There's big and dangerous meat lusting after you in your area. Perhaps it does. Who can say? There's scary meat monsters lusting after you. Your flesh in your area. Run. Okay. Okay. Let's focus up, chat. We're fine. We're doing great. We're doing so good. We beat my least favorite part of the game in one go today.
I think he's hiding something about the marker.
Oh, go to bench. I have one node. I need 3 for HP upgrades. I need a lot to upgrade the Ripper in any meaningful way. I also need a lot for that. Oh well. Is it weird that I'm like really, like this game is kind of, as much as it freaks me out, is very nostalgic for me. Like, even just the sounds. Oh, hi. Does your meat contain anything useful to me? I was talking about this the other day in a Discord with some friends, but I hate that I hate that whole thing that dudes have of like the hot and crazy scale bullshit that they do. But the worst part of it is that I technically No, I got surrounded. Okay. Yeah, we're in the part of the game where it's like, it's more of combat arenas. I need to be more efficient. I need to start killing more things with telekinesis. Okay. Mind giving me a tentacle? Your tentacle helped me kill your friend, and I appreciate that greatly. So I hope you can all see why the Ripper is my second favorite weapon behind the plasma cutter, my beloved. I should probably get the force gun next. I think we go up to level 2.
Warning. Toxics detected in atmosphere processing. A repair technician has been notified.
Someone should get me like a plasma cutter Nerf gun, if that exists. Okay, I'm still supposed to go up, but I should probably explore a little bit for extra ammo and shit. Let's check out what's over here. Yeah, there's only a couple of small rooms in this direction, so you may as well check it out. And a safe station. There isn't really much in the way of explosives except for like canisters you can pick up with telekinesis and throw at enemies, but there wasn't any conveniently placed ones. I really need to upgrade my telekinesis at some point. I'm bad at using this game's like best thing. I know your tricks, you little bastard. I have a feeling this is somewhere I'm supposed to go much later. I also need to use my stasis more. Oh, hi. Ow.
Entering zero gravity.
Ugh. Well, at least I've, like, prepared these areas for myself for later. I do like how this game uses camera for, like, a very specific effect.
Exiting zero gravity.
Oh, I think I went backwards. I think I went the opposite direction of where you're supposed to go to get to where you need to go.
Warning. Air filtration system still active. Entering the filtration tubes is extremely hazardous.
Good to know. Chad, are you ready for my next death? Because I'm really bad at not dying.
Hello?
To,
Hello, security? Thank God. This is Dr. Croft in hydroponics. I'm trying to locate second engineer Jacob Temple. I can't get through to engineering. Of course I know there's a shipwide medical alert. That's why I'm trying to locate him. No, we're safe for now, but the tram is down and we can't reach the escape pods. Hello? Hello?
Okay. Gross negligence? What? On the USS Ishimura? No, couldn't be this ship. No, fuck, I didn't time it right. Run. There's another enemy in here somewhere. I could hear it. Oh. Oh, Harley, do you know this game well? Did I just do something, like, really clever for something you're not supposed to do? Yes, power nodes. I need so many more power nodes. Well, I hope my playthrough has been entertaining. That's amazing. Well, I'm glad that I did it in a clever way. This game really needs to stop doing stuff that sounds kind of like hallucination. I don't even know if it's like loud enough to chat you're hearing it, but the game currently has a small girl's voice singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, like really far off in the distance. Huh. I hear you. Okay, I'm gonna run just so that I can get out of the position of like having them all surrounding me. Mood, Harley. Hello, canister friend. You're coming with me. I can hear the wheezing. Can I just stomp on them instead of wasting ammo? I could have been stomping on them instead of wasting ammo. Galaxy's highest stakes game of Peekaboo. When you break it down, Dark Souls is just fantasy's greatest game of tag. Except when you get hit, you lose your life. Okay. I hate how slow this thing is. Also, the very weird set of noises for this level are an experience for sure. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong side of this bridge. Oh. There's nothing up here. Okay, well, let's go back down to level 2 then. I just, like, know that at some point this lifty thing is going to do something. You know what I mean? Money. I just want to make sure those bodies aren't gonna come back to bite you in the ass.
Make us whole again.
I fucking called it! I said, I should deal with those bodies so they won't come back and be a problem for me. And what do you know? The body bats showed up. I would say Deadspace does a phenomenal job of making you feel like there is no safety. Ever. But yeah, as you can see, as the game goes on, Isaac is further and further affected by the marker. Okay, so the body bats, those little winged creatures, what they do is they fly down, they grab onto a body, they latch onto it, they put a little seed in it, and the seed turns into a new necromorph. So if you kill all the bodies in the area, they can't do much. Alright, I'm going down. The body bats came for my meat, and I said no. Isaac's the only asexual stuck on the ship. Okay. Why did you do that, game? Right, I need to wait for this to cycle through. Do I have enough for any upgrades that are worth taking? No. God, it's ratcheting tension and I don't like it, chat. I don't want the tension right now. Well, damn, I've got money. Is the force gun really good, Harley? Should I grab that as my 4th weapon? It's the shotgun. Okay, I will... I got a force gun. Get some force energy. I'm gonna get... No, that's the wrong thing. I want plasma energy. Oh, damn, that was a ruby semiconductor. Okay. I'm definitely gonna buy a power node. I should buy some more force energy, and then I should probably save my money for later. My thing is, do I risk getting... Actually, no, I'm low on healing devices as well. I should just buy some medium health packs and save my money for later. God, medium med packs are expensive. Eh. Okay. Elizabeth, no doubt you're aware of the organic growth found in some parts of the ship. I've been examining the substance and thought the results would interest you. The cells most closely resemble bacteria, with viral behavior. Like bacteria, the organism infects other cells. I accidentally exited that log, so we're not reading it. Okay, cool. That thing is such an ammo waster. Okay. You can tell I've gotten to a certain point in this game that I'm like, oh, okay. A xenomorph in my face. Okay. 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 Alright, is this thing worth opening? Let's find out. It might not be. That was a lot of ammo. I think I got a schematic there. Not a decent amount of money. Okay, I think that was worth it. It is losing an upgrade core node, but... yeah, that was a significant chunk of ammo for several guns.
Vegetative anomalies detected in the East Grove chamber.
Vegetative? That's definitely one word for... oh, goody!
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No! Not this motherfucker. Okay, come here. Get out in the open. Okay. Well, that was a free power node, at least. Stop whispering in my fucking ear! I don't like that. Oh god, the increasing amount of whispers in your ears throughout the game is a lot. Oh. I do think that, like, Deadspace does a unique thing in survival horror, especially for the time period that it came out in that it really does make you feel like you are an engineer having a very bad day.
Replacing nutrient vat.
Okay, I need to...
Replacing nutrient vat.
Nice. That thing's dead. Oh my god, the whispering is a lot. Like, I know what it's trying to do with, like, representing, like, Isaac is being affected by the marker, and that's, you know, affecting his sanity, but for my own sanity, I would appreciate not whispering in my ear. That would be nice for me.
Hydroponics log, Dr. Cross reporting. Something huge just slammed into the hull near food storage. It wasn't a rogue asteroid. I know what that sounds like. But it was big and heavy. I'll report again when I know more.
What I mean is, I definitely didn't just write a big chunk for my next video about mental illness and stuff. Okay. Oh, finally a save station. It's been way too long. I don't want to know how long it's been since I've saved the game. Without trepanation. Don't mention trepanation. Jesus. It's only been 30 minutes since I last saved. It's fine. Whoa! Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay. No. No, we're not doing that today. What is the least valuable thing to me? I think it's technically that. Because the gold semiconductor... Almost a good thing I did? What does that mean, Harley? Oh. Yeah, that could have gone badly. I think I should go... I'm gonna go back to... No, that was the wrong button. I'm gonna go back down to... the store. I hope I can remember my way back to the store. Store a bunch of shit, and then come back. Because I've got too much crap in my inventory right now. And I want to be able to loot. Yeah, like that's a fucking medium health pack right there. I haven't even checked either of those side rooms, I don't think. Let's quickly book it back to the store, dump a bunch of stuff, and then come back. Whew! Okay. We're gonna store that. I think I only really need to keep 100 rounds of pulse rounds on me. I really don't need 4 stacks of Ripper blades, because I don't chew through them very fast. I think 3 medium med packs should do me fine. I have 4 nodes. I should really go use a bench. Because I can get another health upgrade right now. Well, that was helpful, me. How much inventory space do I actually have? Okay, I got a lot empty now. That's good. Now I can loot stuff. Oh, there's a bench right here. Yay! I did it. This is going really well. Everything is fine. Okay, we've upgraded our health again. Hell yeah, we can instantly get an upgrade to the damage in the force gun. That's what we like to see. Okay. I haven't even had an excuse to use the force gun yet. Yeah, that's a nice thing about the force gun. Like, I would say if you're playing this game for the first time, always like bum rush upgrading your plasma cutter to maximum damage. To be honest, most of the other plasma cutter upgrades aren't too important until late game, but like maximum damage on the plasma cutter is really good to have. It just is. It's very good. The plasma cutter is the best weapon in the game, easily. But the other weapons have some fun things about them. I didn't save. There's a save station. Yeah, the achievement for only using the plasma cutter is way easier than you think. It actually is. The plasma cutter really only negatively affects you in a certain couple of fights. And, like, anytime you have to deal with the little tiny creatures that are all, like, tendrily, those things are not good for the plasma cutter. But other than that... Oh, that's a wall of meat. That's a lot. Come here. Okay. Where do we go to next? I don't know why you'd want to watch someone getting stabbed, but okay. Well, at least I already dealt with the tentacle, so...
This is Temple, acting chief engineer. I came down here to find Dr. Elizabeth Cross, but she's not here. In fact, I can't find anyone, just more of this organic shit everywhere. I'm going to check the mining deck. It's about the only place I haven't looked yet.
Entering zero gravity.
I'm not concerned. Okay. Do I slow it? Okay. There we go. You're dead. Where's the other one? Ow, I was way too slow. What's the lore on people who get necromorphed in Deadspace? The dead bodies reanimated for real, or is it like The Last of Us where the person still has some consciousness? They're more like a hive mind of meat. Here you are. Hello, baby child creatures. All of the meat is part of the necromorph. So, but that, it's like complicated because there's people that are like serving it before they've, before they've gotten turned into meat, you know? That aren't necromorphs, because you kind of have to die first.
There's a switch in atmosphere control to restart the oxygen recycling.
Kind of,
Once the
kind
air's
of
clean,
only
you
for
can get
dead
into
meat.
Food storage. As I've been reading these reports, the crew all began having mass hallucinations, and well, I just saw my brother on a security monitor, and that's just not possible.
Zero gravity meat caves. Am I close to the exit? Yeah.
Exiting zero gravity.
Can a stasis recharge, please? Thank you. Oh, we're whipping through hydroponics. I am pretty sure that this is going to turn into a jump scare as I go down this hallway. Or not. Okay. Never mind. It's fine. It's all okay. Something's definitely going to happen though, because there's no way that it's not. Okay. How's everybody in chat doing? Because I'm doing great. It's all fine. Oh god, I think I just lost that med pack that dropped from one of them. Oh, there it is. A lot of my friends are really into Final Fantasy XIV, but I haven't really played it.
Isaac, where are you? Help me.
That was a totally real transmission and not a hallucination. I swear. The diegesis of Isaac opening and closing the doors to kill that. Well, you know, you gotta be efficient. when you're fighting the most powerful fucking zombies in any piece of media ever, you just gotta be efficient about it. Just in case, we save again. Just save and save and save and save and save and save.
Flushing all air vents. Restoring nitrogen and oxygen levels. Food storage lockdown lifted.
I love the contrast of this room. On the one side you have the, like, actual what it's supposed to be, and the other you have the meat growing in the walls.
Hydroponics log, this is Dr. Cross. It's hard for me to believe what I'm seeing here. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm going to the mining deck. I hear that's where survivors are gathering. Jacob, I'll wait for you there.
Poor Dr. Cross. Oh, goody!
Unknown antigen injected into the filtration system.
Damn it. The poison wasn't strong enough. Still alive. Get in there and kill
Oh,
it.
good! We get to go fight it head on!
Entering zero gravity.
Ow. Come on. That's one limb down. I'm gonna chat. Is there anything you want me to chat about as I try not to get eaten by the big scaries? Is one of your top 5 favorite video game bosses? Now. Am I supposed to grab those out of the air? No, that was not the play. Ow. I feel like I'm missing a key part of this fight. Oh, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Oh, I used the TRG effect to jump to the other side. I see. I'm silly. Okay, that was bad. That was a bad decision. That was a bad tactical decision. Let me shoot them out of the air game. You are right, it is October 3rd. Never forget. Damn it! I ran out of chainsaw. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. I say as I finish the fight. Okay. What all can I loot out of this room?
Isaac, you did it. Hammond, do you read? Oxygen levels are returning to normal. Damn it.
Yeah, that takes a lot of damage.
He's gone again. No sign of his rig anywhere. It's up to us now. I've got a plan to get off this ship. I've located an SOS beacon on the mining deck. If you can get down there and activate it, we might be able to send a distress call. Oh god. I don't know how much longer the door will hold.
Is there any other ammo in this room? Because I used a lot of ammo in that fight, and I kind of want to get it back. It's kind of hard to, like, peer around the space with how the 3D camera's set up in this game. Which is great. Like, the camera is great for the claustrophobia, for the feeling of just doom that pervades the game. That is a head. It is no longer a head. This is really good horror design. Yeah, it's very easy to miss things because of the view. Time to save. That is the wrong button. There's certain things with this game where you can tell it was primarily designed for console. And I think the biggest one is just how awkward the UI can be at times with the mouse. Like, the mouse feels floaty. It's very weird to describe. I actually think I ended up gaining a certain amount of ammo. Minus my plasma energy. Nice. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna get back to heavily animating. So much animation happening. So, Isaac, how's your day going? He breathes heavy. Chapter 6 completed. I'm surviving my playthrough of Deadspace. I think there's only 9 chapters. Harley, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh god, the mining deck.
This may be our last chance of getting out of here alive, Isaac. There's an asteroid loaded up in the mining bay waiting to be smelted. If you attach the SOS beacon to it, you can launch it away from the ship to make a clean broadcast. The beacon's on the maintenance subdeck. You can launch the asteroid from the control room. Damn, the control room is locked.
Welcome to the mining deck!
It looks like they keep an emergency access key on the
What
processing
fun!
subdeck. Couldn't be easy, could it? I don't know how much more of this I can take.
I think something of the like lower fidelity, like the very specific style of the lower fidelity of Dead Space 1 works for me in a way that the remakes like high fidelity stuff just doesn't interest me as much. Because I think Dead Space is that perfect midpoint between like PS1 kind of cheesy graphics that don't convey a ton, where you're getting enough detail that it's upsetting in that way. But then it's also, it's, you know, it's still low enough fidelity that there's a lot left to your imagination, you know? And I think that's just something that certain newer things sort of lack. What I want to do is get this, reload this duration and this damage here. I can go for the other damages. Is there a store nearby? There's a store right there. I'm observant. Sometimes. Sorry, I'm like, I keep trying to think of like topics to talk about, but my brain's just like pulling a blank. If you got questions for me, especially if you like have seen Nimona or something, want to hear about that video, be happy to answer them. The video was a lot of fun to make. Oh, hi.
The mining subdeck is offline for some reason, Isaac. I'll see if I can run a bypass.
Alright, where do I need to go? Let's try deck B processing and see what happens there. The Nimona video that I did? My most recent essay. If anyone has questions about my most recent essay or any of my essays, I'm always happy to answer them. I love discussing art. Oh, come on. That was fun. Oh, you just met me yesterday? Well, that's cool. Well, welcome, Harley. I mostly make video essays. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I need to be more precision. I have wasted a lot of ammo. What was I saying? I think Nimona's the video I cut the least from out of any of my essays. Like, I think Queer Relativity I cut something like 15 minutes between the second or third to last draft and the final version that ended up on YouTube. I cut about 15 minutes worth. And yeah, I think there's only really like a couple of lines I cut from Nimona. The one that I remember cutting was the line, "I think we should take respectability outside behind the shed." Oh, back behind the shed. Yeah. Because I felt like that was maybe going a touch too far. Yeah, how did you feel about the animation style in Nimona? Because on the one hand, I really like that character design, but on the other hand, something about some of the textures bothered me especially. I love the art design. I get why it didn't mesh for everybody. Like, I think people have reasonable, you know, like, we all have different taste. I strongly disagree with the people who said that the design was bad. But I understand the people who it wasn't exactly, you know, their thing. I totally get that. I like that it's distinct. I want more distinct art styles in animation. Because I think Spider-Verse finally showed people that they can do different stuff. The problem is a lot of studios took that as we need to make Spider-Verse and not we can experiment with 3D animation and unique rendering styles. And I think Nimona is one of the few things to really take it up on the idea of, like, we can actually do really unique stuff. You know? Rather than taking the lesson to be, one sec. Let me heal. I don't use stasis enough, probably. I say it's self-stasis. I'm gonna buy a small med pack. But yeah, I don't know. At the beginning of the year, there's kind of a conversation between myself and a few other essayists of, like, I guess best thing we could describe it as is I'm waking up and choosing violence this time. Like, kind of just trying not to pull punches as much. And I think Nimona is probably the video that I did that the most with. Just being very direct, being very... as much as I can without, like, breaching terms of service. Yeah, and that was an interesting thing to experience and make choices around. It's always interesting seeing where your audience is willing to go with you, you know? I was worried that people would react more negatively than they did to certain aspects of the video, particularly the ending.
But you can't turn on the gravity until those boulders are cleared from the room. Maybe you can dump them into that gravity beam with your kinesis gun.
Oh, fuck. Have I ever played the Yakuza series? No, I haven't. I've definitely heard a lot of cool things about it from friends of mine. You know, a lot of video essayists like the series, so I'm friends with a lot of them, so... I definitely would be curious to try it out, but I also know that the series has a lot of, let's say, weird handling of,
Gravity must be restored before accessing the control room. Thank you. Reminder. Gravity must be restored before accessing.
There we go.
Thank you. Anomaly destroyed.
Oh. Special unlock room. Don't mind if I do. Not enough power nodes. Well, actually, I should wait to restore gravity. Have I played any Fear of Hunger? I think Fear and Hunger is probably the most childish attempt at engaging with topics that are triggering in any piece of media I've ever seen. I've watched enough essays about it and things on it, and it feels like what an edgy 13-year-old thinks is mature. And I talked to a friend of mine who has played it, who had the same feelings that I had before they played it, and playing it, they were like, yeah, no, it just is that. Like, it just... So I get why people are enjoying it, but it's just not my thing. I like, to be clear, I really enjoyed some of the essays that I watched on it, and I thought they were interesting. I think the first one that I saw that got me interested in looking into it was Super Eye Patch Wolf, and I really like all of his stuff. Speaking of things that I would recommend, his video on Undertale is one of the few that I would actually recommend watching.
Entering zero gravity.
The other ones being, 1 second. There's a video by Transparency that's quite good on Undertale, but I can't remember the exact name. And What Was Undertale Actually About by Adam Millard, the architect of games. Adam Millard's channel is cool. And weirdly enough, a little while back, Adam shouted out one of my videos and in one of his, and we found out that we were fans of each other. So yeah. So that was a really cool thing, was seeing that Adam likes my work. And basically, we found out that, because I've been watching Adam Millard since about the first year of his channel, and he's been watching my... Sorry, I got a piece of my hair in my... and he's been watching my channel since the Tron Legacy video. So, yeah, so to be clear, not shitting on anyone that's done content on Fear and Hunger. I'm glad that they get meaningful stuff from that art. I wish I got something from that art that wasn't just, this kind of sucks, but boy, does that kind of suck. I was having a conversation with another video essayist. I'm not going to say who, but I might just read a little bit of, sorry, I'll put myself on the big camera. Hello. Yeah, and said friend said, because they'd made a post, and then we were chatting about it in DMs on Tumblr. I'm not going to say who it was, but anyway, they were saying, Fear and Hunger. I'm ironically enough going to have to be the one to make this sucks actually video, aren't I? Because your critique was exact same as mine from what I've heard and played of it this far. And I said, okay, good. So I'm not the only one, because yeah, it just looks like it's actually really gross about a lot of things. To be a bit evocative and gross, it's like someone watched a bunch of snuff films, Berserk, and Serbian film, and just kind of threw them at a wall and then defecated and jacked off on them. My friend, not even hyperbole, me, yeah, my friend. That's exactly what it is, which double sucks because I have never had a more requested video in my entire life. And I said, I don't know, that was just some random other stuff that I'm not going to include. They said, like, I don't mind in and of itself, that kind of stuff doesn't faze me in the least personally, so much as it seems tasteless and an immature idea of what dark art is doing. That was my friend's point. My friend, I'm mainly upset because, like, I don't want to have to be that person who's like, yeah, you know that surprising hit indie game you've been so in love with? Hi, I'm here to take that away from you and explain why you're incorrect for looking at it. And I said, yeah, that sucks, especially when your audience clearly wants something else than just no. My friend, but as the local preacher of the good gospel of art that makes you suffer, I'm not sure I've ever seen a clearer example of how not to do it. But we'll see. I've only watched essays and put a few hours in. Maybe I'm chatting shit, and I hope I am. And I said, and again, I think, you know, even as someone who has legitimate triggers and stuff, I still engage with heavy media a lot and appreciate when it's done well. There's a reason why I watched a number of essays being like, am I fucking missing something here? Because this just seems like an actual bigoted trash. Because I want good transgressive media. Even when it's something I can't engage with it, I want it to exist. And my friend said, yeah, it just seems really mean-spirited in a way that's not benefiting anyone. Which makes sense. It was originally just supposed to be some college student's thesis project. And I was like, yeah, like it's horrifically white and cis man energy too. There's a lot of bigoted tropes played with in there. Irresponsible uses of topics around anti-Semitism and the Holocaust in the second game too. Lots of gross ableism. Yeah, and then we got off on a different topic after that. But that's my general thoughts on Fear and Hunger. I think that Fear and Hunger is a childish white dude's idea of what heavy and dark art is. I want to be clear that I don't think that art that explores disgusting taboo topics is a bad thing. I love art that does that. One of my favorite essayists and a good friend of mine is Lola Sebastian. I really recommend watching all of her videos about specifically art that does that. Her most recent video on cannibalism in media is probably, if not my favorite essay of the year so far. So I'm very much not someone that's like, there shouldn't be art about taboo topics. I'm very much someone that's about how is that handled and what does it say about both the author and the audience. So, like, yeah, those are my complicated feelings on Fear and Hunger. I could probably give you a more coherent thing. There's just a lot going on in them that I feel like is done not to say something meaningful, but to instead just shock the sensibilities of privileged people without considering the messaging that's included within them. Can I recommend some transgressive art that's good? I mean, obviously when it comes to video games, the text is pathologic. Everyone should play Pathologic. I'm very normal about Pathologic. I definitely didn't, while playing that game, keep a journal in the voice of Daniel Dankovsky. I'm very normal about Pathologic and Daniel Dankovsky, my stinky son. I would say, Deadspace is arguably art that engages in transgressive topics in certain ways, though I don't think it's as extreme as other things. I still need to watch it, but from everything that Lola was saying about Bones and All, I really want to watch that. I've heard really good things about it, and it's about cannibalism and stuff. Oh God, release the Dankovsky Journal. Maybe someday I will release the ramblings that is the Dankovsky Journal. The problem is that, like, if I was to do that, I'd probably have to record it, and I'd probably have to, like, do another playthrough of the game, and I'd have to basically hour by hour recreate what I did the first time I played through the game, and I don't want to do that. I don't know. The Daniel Dankovsky Journal was not something I wrote to actually be for anybody else. It's sort of half like the notes I need to get through the game, but I did it in text. Yeah, but it's a very miserable thing that I wrote. Nothing stays in your hands for long. I'm trying to think of good transgressive art. I've heard a lot of really good things about Berserk, though I haven't personally engaged with it, but I really, really liked an essay by a friend of mine. DJ Mule's essay on Berserk is quite good. I'd recommend that. I'm bad at remembering things off the top of my head. you know, if I was to like look at a list of art, I'd be like, this good. But yeah, like I like art that is disturbing and upsetting. I just also really heavily critique stuff. Like, and this is why I really struggle with the horror genre a lot of the time, because so much horror is messy. I'm gonna get back to I'm gonna put the game back on screen so I'm not looking things up anymore. Where I have a hard time saying, like, because I rarely have pieces that I like for which I don't have some element that I'm like, this part is not good. You know? And I wish I had more pieces of media where I could just, like, unequivocally recommend it to anyone. Unfortunately, I often just can't. Oh! I do have a piece of transgressive art that I can recommend wholeheartedly. The Locked Tomb series by Tamsin Weir is very good. And very queer. And very transgressive in a lot of ways. Okay. So yeah, I would say it's one of those things where it's hard for me to find, like, good transgressive art that doesn't have, like, caveat, it includes this, you know? And I'm also I'm very bad at remembering what art I like, you know, or what art I think is good. And yeah. But Signalis is a work that I would say is quite transgressive in a lot of ways.
Free floating anomalies destroyed. Gravity can now be restored.
Yeah.
Reminder. Gravity must be restored before accessing the control room. Thank you.
Okay, but where do I do that?
Gravity restored. Access permitted to control room.
There we go. Oh, Devilman Crybaby is a series on Netflix that is an adaptation of a long-running series that is incredibly transgressive in a lot of ways. In which I wholeheartedly... Hello! Oh, for fuck's sake, game. Really spawning that behind me? Wow, that was a huge waste of resources. Fuck off! I stepped on you, you bastard! I think that was a waste of health and ammo. Oh, I see. I didn't realize there was a pathway in that direction. But yeah, God. Yeah, Devilman Crybaby is a fucking disturbing work of art. Brilliant. Incredibly transgressive on a lot of levels, but yeah, it will fuck you up. Neon Genesis Evangelion and its various films, transgressive in a lot of ways. I think it's phenomenal work of art. And it engages with some pretty extreme topics, and it definitely doesn't always do it perfectly. There is definitely issues with
Isaac.
sexism,
In
even as it
addition
attempts
control room, so
to
you can launch the asteroid.
critique that.
Don't forget to attach the beacon first. I read another report on the colonist dementia. It seemed to start after they removed the marker from the planet. God knows how long it was down there.
Yeah. I will have to look up Kaiba. I don't like that. Ugh. I'm still trying to think of like transgressive art. Part of the problem with transgressive art too is it's hard to talk about it without spoiling it, you know? But oh, it's this place. I should buy more plasma energy, probably. Okay. It also, yeah, depends what you mean by transgressive.
Please recycle any unused materials regularly.
Like, pretty much any art that's extremely queer is transgressive. But, hello. Goodbye. Probably need to go to maintenance now. Yeah, so I guess it just depends what you mean by transgressive. Oh, good. I know that noise. Where are you? No, game! Don't do whispers in my ears, please. It always takes me a second to tell where it's coming from. It's the game. Now.
Dr. Kine, what the hell are you doing? Get back! Come any closer and I'll shoot him. Give me the access codes to the cargo bay.
You idiot! This is processing. Why the hell would I have codes to cargo?
Don't lie to me. I'm sick of everyone lying to me. It is imperative that I get the marker. Give me those codes.
I don't have them. Is this what you did to the captain? Go on. Shoot me if you've got the balls. Idiot!
2000s dialogue.
The only way to end it. He's completely lost it. Somebody call security.
He asked for help. Bit of a waste of ammo, if you ask me, but sometimes you gotta help a worker out. Oh, for fuck's sake. brother, I must have solidarity. For the Emperor. I find it really funny how hi Amanda, I'm glad you like my videos. I find it really funny how similar Space Marines and the soldiers in Oblivion are in, like, vocal line vibes.
Isaac?
I'm alive.
Is that really you?
That's not real. That's not real. That's not real.
But I can help you now. Come with me.
Isaac? I'm seeing visions of my wife. She must be real. It's not like everybody else has been talking about how these things aren't real or anything. Don't want to drop anything. No, but I do want to use... They're breathing all the air. They are eating all the fish.
The beacon's in the storage room next to you. I think I could disable the lock from here. Hold on.
Okay, what do I have a lot of? I have shit tons of this. I wonder how necromorph jerky would taste. Val, that's an interesting take. It would taste like human meat. Can you stop making me waste the ammo I don't want to use?
Find a way.
I know you're not real.
I love you.
You can't trick me!
Isaac.
Level 4
Hey, I
suit.
lost your signal
Okay.
for a while. You had me worried.
What am I dropping?
I see you've got the
Oh,
beacon,
that's
so
easy.
head for the mining bay and attach it to the asteroid. I've been running trajectory calculations, and if we launch soon, there's a good chance the asteroid can reach a safe distance to begin transmitting. Still no sign of Hammond. In his state, I can't imagine he's still alive.
Hammond's totally alive, I swear. Well, I got a lot of this ammo type, so we're gonna shotgun our way out of here. Never mind, I need fucking distance weapons. God damn it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Game. Fuck you. Fuck you, game. Keep forcing me to use the ammo I don't want to use, and... Yeah, I know. They're throwing spikes at me. Your aiming system doesn't work super well with moving platforms. I love wasting the ammo type I don't want to use. Oh, hi! I do really love how this game does feel just like Isaac's very bad, no good, awful day. Become an engineer with the USG Shimura. You'll have so much fun learning techniques like how to blow limbs off. Having to be the only competent person in your party. It's like group projects in high school, but with death.
Subdeck. It was a security lockdown, although I don't think it helped them. Now that you've got the beacon and the key, head
Bring
over
your
there.
baggage to
It
work
looks like the
day!
asteroid is held in place by some gravity tethers.
This is Deadspace
You have to
1.
knock those out before you can launch it.
The real Dead Space 1. Well, I hope the studying for the driving test is going well. Okay, let's go sell some shit. Level 4 suit! Level 4 suit! Level 4 suit! How much do you cost? 35,000! Oh boy! Okay. Is there shit I can sell? Gimme, 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 gimme! It's a level 3 with a gold star. No, like, it really is effective at underlying just how, like, fucked this system is in so many ways. Like, what it tells you is that you have to purchase the things you need to do for your work. So if you needed rivets or plasma, you'd have to buy it. Like, that tells you something about this universe and how it's fucking brilliant game design, because it creates a diegetic reason which reinforces the ideas the game explores about the horrific nature of being a worker under capitalism, while also just functioning for gameplay purposes. One more plasma. Okay. I love the suit upgrades in this game, how it just adds like more ribbing and stuff. Yes, way more inventory space! Yes. $40 big bag. Truly. I can have 3. I'll keep 2 large ones on me just in case. Well, so yeah, chat, if you want to help me like pay for, you know, food, and groceries and medication. Feel free to support. I'm bad at doing that shouty out thing. I hate doing it, so... But I need to. Okay. Is there anything I want to upgrade right now? Not my rig, not my plasma cutter. Yes, the rig. I don't really care about the reload, I just mostly want it because it's a faster way to get to all of the damage upgrades. Okay. I'm glad I played on medium and not easy, because I think I'd just be ripping through the game too fast. And if I played on hard, I'd probably get annoyed. I keep expecting it to subject me to another elevator beatdown. Which is not fun the first time it did that. Come on. Hi. I can't see shit. Which I know is the intention, but ugh. What a cruel thing to do. Oh, come on. He may be highly traumatized in extreme danger, but at least Isaac has a bad trip. You're right, Val. That is true. Yes, literally that is what it is, Ophelia. Isaac is illegally upgrading the, upgrading and altering the systems and weaponry. Well, it's not, they're not weaponry, they're all like machinery, right? Like the force gun's used for moving around big heavy objects. Right? The plasma gun is used for,
This will be my last report.
For fusing
I've seen what they do to the bodies, what they become. I can't let that happen to me. At least if I don't have any limbs, I won't be able to kill anyone when I'm infected. Please tell Dawn and the kids that I love them. Oh, God. One more. One more.
Okay, that's awful. That was truly awful. As we're recording. Thanks for that game. Really needed that right now. Oh, fuck! Fuck you! Give me your limbs. Things I regularly sell to cult members! Give me your limbs! I know I'm supposed to go that way. Let's explore. Okay, we're not supposed to go here yet. Disappointing. One of the things that I find really interesting and disturbing about Dead Space is the way that it totally changes your relationship with dead corpses and things in the game. Right, where when you see the corpse of someone who's died, even someone who's just died on screen in front of you, your impulse is, I need to break apart their limbs to ensure they can't harm me. And so desecrating the dead becomes not something disturbing, but commonplace. And there's this perversion of the... That was interesting. And I just think it's interesting because it makes bodies and your relationship to them very different than it would be in our usual society. What's Squirrel Stapler Battle? That's a provocative name. Let's go dump some shit. Yeah, that's exactly that is exactly what it is, Ophelia. I should just I should use that. Have I played the Resi 1 remake? No, I have not played Resi 1. I bought Resi 1 recently, and maybe I'll play it this month if people want that. But I have not actually played Resident Evil 1. I also haven't played Resi 4, the direct inspiration for this game. Please cooperate, you fucking bastard. Oh, I know about the red... I've seen a billion video essays about Resident Evil 1. Oh my god! Game! Game, please! Yeah, Signalis does the same thing with the red things, but like... I would argue it's the worst mechanic in Signalis is the infinite respawning enemies. Because Signalis does two things simultaneously. Which on their own aren't, but there's actually three. There's three mechanics in Signalis which combine to a very bad result, gameplay-wise. Enemies infinitely respawn. Unless you use a very... sorry, there's four things. There are four things that compound on each other. One, enemies respawn infinitely. Two, the only way to prevent this is an extremely rare resource. And I do mean extremely rare. You get maybe 1 to 2 a level, if you're lucky. So extremely rare resource, and enemies infinitely respawn. Okay. You do not have an infinite melee weapon or anything like that. So you can't infinitely, like, you are literally limited in how many times you can kill enemies across the game. And you can only ever have 6 things in your inventory. And a lot of the time you need 3 to 4 inventory slots just for, like, mandatory items.
Exiting zero gravity.
So what this results in is not a game with a high amount of tension, but rather a game that you realize must require you to not kill enemies a majority of the time, because you literally will just run out of all your resources. Which means that you must be able to sprint past enemies most of the time. Well, what does that mean you do? It means you start sprinting past the enemies and they lose all fucking tension. The enemies are no longer scary, but rather annoying nuisances you must avoid. It completely ruins the tension of the game, to the point where it is no longer a survival horror, but rather a very irritating running simulator. I love Signalis in a lot of ways. With those 4 choices combined, any one of which could have been changed slightly, results in a very poorly designed segment of the game, where you are backtracking constantly and punished for backtracking. I love Signalis so much, but yeah, I'm not the only person to make this criticism, and it's the thing of, I don't think that it is bad that the game has limited inventory. I don't think it is bad that the game makes it so you can't, like, knife enemies to death, right? I don't think any of those things are bad. I don't think that enemies that pop back up is a bad design choice. But when you combine all of them into a system that just literally tells you you need to just not fight enemies and they're not scary, it's just bad. It's just bad. I don't think increasing the difficulty of backtracking is bad. What I'm saying is, it just teaches you to, like, not take the game's enemies seriously. What am I supposed to do here? Yeah, well, it just means that you have no tension. There's no tension to the game. I lost all fear to the game completely because of that. And unlike a game like Resident Evil 4 or Deadspace, where yes, you lose the tension, but what you gain is a sense of action and momentum, you're not replacing tension with action. You're replacing the tension with nothing but annoyance. And one could argue that annoyance is the point, and I do think that you can do annoyance as a point. Have a good one, Lewis. I just wish it was better. What am I supposed to do here? Oh. Oh. I see. Cool. Aronach and dying to environmental hazards in Deadspace. Name a more iconic duo. Okay. Let's try that again. I could just run all this stuff back to the shop. Nah, that's not worth it.
Entering zero gravity.
Okay. What am I meant to do then? Game. Yeah, Pathologic is all about certain things that people would often find frustrating. It often has a lot of backtracking and things that are involve dodging annoying enemies. I just feel like in Pathologic it's doing something intentional, and in Signalis I don't know if they know why they're doing it. I just think it was one of those like Pathologic running somewhere always has tension. I am always experiencing tension in Pathologic.
Entering zero gravity.
Oh god. Okay. Pathologic is really about the horror of having no public transportation. Pathologic is about the importance of walkable cities. Change my mind. I feel like I'm missing something important here, but the game is not helping me out. Haley, what do I do? I feel dumb. I feel really dumb.
Entering zero gravity.
That doesn't stasis. That doesn't stasis. Yeah, that's cool, Ophelia. Yeah, no, I don't think backtracking is bad. I just think that you need to be careful about balancing your game, that you don't have everything combined into annoying the player. Okay. So I stasis that, and it stasis these?
Entering vacuum.
Okay. you just a little fun guy. Thank you. I'm at that point of the game where I'm just like, what? What does that mean? Where am I supposed to go then? That doesn't... Am I supposed to go inside the asteroid? Oh. I'm just dumb. Okay, there's something shooting at me. There it is. Huh. I figured it out, chat. I'm smart.
Zero gravity.
I'm not. No one's smart. Hi. Goodbye. Choosing what will be the most ammo and money efficient weapon to use in any given situation. I need to go dump shit in the store. Oh.
Dinner will be served in the mess hall in 10 minutes.
Oh, lovely! Did you hear that, chat? Dinner will be served in 10 minutes. I think we've got some lovely, giblets of human remains. At 10 o'clock, you can get infinite screaming. Guess what's for dinner? You! Welcome to the USG Ishimura. Remember to let the xenomorph eat your innards. It'll nourish our god. Tool opiate, but it replaces that line with, we both want to consume you. What are you trying to ask me?
Entering zero gravity.
Okay, what am I supposed to do? I don't understand. Oh, I need to destroy this? Oh no. Yeah, I've heard that Lisa does a lot of stuff with that. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good night. Sorry, I just need to look. My notifications aren't working properly for some reason, but thank you so much, Squid Adir, for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. I am currently getting my ass handed to me by really basic game mechanics. Okay, let's try that again. Hi, Matku.
Entering zero gravity.
How are you doing? Yeah, I just don't know how to get out there without getting crushed again. I guess I wait until these flip back and then jump here. Probably the safest thing to do. Let me run, let me run, let me run, let me run.
Entering vacuum.
All sorts of people I haven't seen in ages. How are you all doing? I'm glad to be streaming again. It's been quite long. I've been streaming the last couple. I'm out of fucking stasis. I think I have a stasis. Well, so, to explain some, like, central lore of this game, the USG Ishimura is a planet cracker ship. So what it does is it breaks apart shit, like, planets, right, and then mines them. It's okay, I'm probably too much of a chicken to play this game. But yeah, so the reason this asteroid is here is basically because... This is a domain! Yeah, basically, Harley, it kind of is the mines of Moria. It's a tomb. I have no memory of this place. That specific Gandalf line and the delivery of it is stuck firmly in my planet in my brain because of Battle for Middle-earth, a RTS game I played way too much of as a kid. Also, I love that the in-game lighting is hitting my face in really fun ways. Okay. And they call it a mine. Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2 are just certified classic games. Let me through! Yeah, Star Wars Empire at War is basically a total conversion mod of Age of Empires. Like, it's literally the same engine and systems. If you've played Age of Empires, you've basically played Empire at War. There was also the 4X Star Wars game way back in the day that I never played, but I own. Because I bought, like, ages and years ago when it was on sale, I bought, like, all of the Star Wars games. I have played pretty much every Star Wars game in existence. I fucking love Lord of the Rings. My brother and I used to watch it a lot when we were kids. I remember the like hack and slash game. I think it came out in 2003. It was based on the last film, and you could like level up each of the characters and stuff. Star Wars Battlefront 2 is still a fun time. Especially with, like, how good some of the mods were for Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original, not the EA remake. I've played the EA remake, and it's fine. It's a Battlefield game, but Star Wars, but it doesn't, like, do anything interesting with either thing. Well, I'm glad that my talkativeness is entertaining. I didn't play Jedi vs. Sith. I always preferred playing, like, clones or rebels. Endlessly funny to me that the, Confederacy in Star Wars, they're, Sorry. What Star Wars Legends character would I like to see introduced into the new canon? I mean, I'm not somebody who, like, super cares about canon, but I would love to see Kyle Katarn return.
Beacon's on its way.
I think you could do a really interesting story where instead of setting Kyle post episode 6, you place him post episode 9 and try to do something interesting with the universe post how terrible that film was.
I should be able to leave this channel open.
Because I feel like there's some interesting stuff so you could do with Kyle.
Responding. Isaac, can you get back to the bridge?
And his supporting cast, like his entire supporting cast is very fun. Starkiller, I personally would have really liked to have seen the Ahsoka show have its villain be, like, I haven't watched all of Ahsoka, I know it doesn't do this. I know it's total wishful thinking. Oh, come on, I stomped on your head. By some extra juicy. But yeah, I think that you could do a really interesting story with Starkiller and Ahsoka and have it sort of be a story about the two apprentices of Anakin Skywalker / Darth Vader, right? Mara is an interesting character who I'd love to see come back, but I feel like you'd have to really recontextualize her pretty heavily. I mean, Thrawn is already back. He's in Rebels and in Ahsoka, I think. But yeah, Starkiller's a fun character. And also just, like, Starkiller's supporting cast is really fun. Ram Koda is a fun character. I would like to see all of KOTOR just stated to be canon. They don't even really need to change that much about it to, like, get it to fit. Really wish we'd gotten to see that remake finished, but alas, it is what it is. At least we have some elements of KOTOR as being canonified. Revan is a thing. Darth Bane is a thing. You know, there's elements that we know existed. But yeah, I don't know. I really care more about, like, why would you be bringing them back and what would be the goal of doing that? And I think you could just tell a really good story using KOTOR as a basis. I feel like I'm... Okay, what am I supposed to do right now? Go to the bridge. Okay, so we're done. No, that was the wrong button. Yeah, plus Whitworth playing Starkiller in live action would be really cool. Like, you've got the cast there, you've got the people. I don't know why you wouldn't just do it. Again, it's just a thing of, I care less about characters, and I care more about, like, are you telling an interesting story? And what story are you telling? And, like, I'm interested to see what they're gonna do with Acolyte. Partially because I'm just excited that Abigail Thorne's in it. I think that's really cool. Yes, that was publicly announced. I technically shouldn't know that. I shouldn't have done it when I did, but I did. Because it, related to some filming of, Identity stuff back on the original filming before the strike and everything. But yeah, oh boy. There sure are brains in here. I have dealt with the brains. Gravity plasma energy. Should buy another power node and upgrade something. Okay. Give me Ripper upgrades. Damn. I need one more to be able to get a damage upgrade on the Ripper, which is what I've wanted. Because the Ripper's really good with damage and duration upgrades. But yeah, I can talk about stars forever. I mean, Jesse and I are finishing up this, you know, giant piece. I do want to see the creator. I have heard some things that make me towards it before I've even seen it. Because I heard it's doing a lot of techno-orientalism. So I don't know how I will feel about the final product yet. I'm not a big fan of when media does techno-orientalism. People don't know what I'm talking about. Go watch Lady Night the Brave's Blade Runner 2049 video, which I helped write. It talks about that stuff. And there's also some good sources from there that you can, if you want further reading. But yeah, I do want to see the creator. I'm just like, from what I've heard, there's definitely some messy choices with certain aspects in not great ways in how they present, yeah, Asia, so we'll see. I reserve judgment until I watch it, but I kind of trust the opinions of the people that have told me about it. So I will probably dislike that element, but, okay, there we go. Ripper damage upgraded. Okay. That's 3 more that I've finished tonight. 3 more chapters. I think the last couple of chapters we'll do another day. So I'm gonna save. We're not gonna sign off just yet though. Because just like last night, we're going to end the stream with a little Edgar Allan Poe. So let's switch up the vibe. Oh wow, that is really dark.
Things are looking up. A military ship just docked in. The USM Valor.
I already
know what it was
read
doing out
Usher
there.
last
It must
night,
have gotten our distress
but
signal.
the VOD is up if you want to hear my reading of
can't talk
Usher.
to it until the comms relay is
I'm
fixed.
going to
I'm gonna hack the door to
do
communications
whatever is
for you.
next in the book.
Get in there and find the comms control
But
station.
the goal of reading the Edgar Allan Poe stuff, I just want to get to a proper save point. Is that right? Is there a proper save point? Right, it's at the front of the bridge. Oh, I was just at the store. Sorry. I'm so organized and professional. Oh, hi. No. Fuck off, game. That was some hot garbage that had spawned directly on top of me. Stop spawning them on top of me, game! I just wanted to save the game! Okay. Now we can go save the game. Well, it just gave me a decent amount of ammo. We'll do the rest another night. Cue shipwide alert. Exactly, Harley. Okay, I am going to save now, and we're going to read about 30 pages of stories. Or poems, or whatever is in this collection. It'll be an exciting little experience. But the point is, that the lovely Mike Flanagan is doing a series on Edgar Allan Poe works, adapting a bunch of Edgar Allan Poe works. And I want to talk about them.
MES can be expensive.
Thanks, advertisement on YouTube. I just wanted some ambiance. Instead, I got that. Anyway. Yes. I'm going to exit the game as well. Okay. Now we've set a vibe. I think that's an acceptable volume. What are we reading tonight? But yes. The Fall of the House of Usher is a Netflix series that Mike Flanagan's doing, which is coming out soon, and I want to read all of these stories that are being adapted. Also, a reminder, SAG-AFTRA is still striking. I am not promoting the series. Do not fucking support studios. Just make sure that's abundantly clear. Okay. Landor's Cottage, a pendant to the domain of Arnheim. What voice should this narrator have? I'm trying to think. I'm considering what I want to have them sound like. You know, I might just do it in my own voice. During a pedestrian trip last summer, though one or two of the river countries of New York, I found myself, as the day declined, somewhat embarrassed about the road I was pursuing. The land undulated very remarkably, and my path, for the last hour, had wound about and about so confusedly in its effort to keep in the valleys, that I no longer knew in what direction lay the sweet village of B. Where I had determined to stop for the night, the sun had scarcely shone, strictly speaking, during the day, which, nevertheless, had been unpleasantly warm. A smoky mist, resembling that of the Indian summer, enveloped all things and, of course, added to my uncertainty. Not that I cared much about the matter, if I did not hit upon the village before sunset or even before dark. It was more than possible that a little Dutch farmhouse, or something of that kind, would soon make its appearance. Although, in fact, the neighborhood, perhaps on account of being a more picturesque than fertile, was very sparsely inhabited. At all events, with my knapsack for a pillow and my hound as a sentry, a bivouac in the open air was just the thing which would have amused me. I sauntered on, therefore, quite at ease, Ponto taking charge of my gun, until at length, just as I had begun to consider whether the numerous little glades that I led hither and thither were intended to be paths at all, I was conducted by one of them into an unquestionable carriage track. There could be no mistaking it. The traces of light wheels were evident, and although the tall shrubberies and overgrown undergrowth met overhead, there was no obstruction whatsoever below, even to the passage of a Virginian mountain wagon, the most aspiring vehicle, I take it, of its kind. The road, however, except it being open through the wood, if wood be not too weighty a name for such an assemblage of light trees, and except in the particulars of evident wheel tracks, bore no resemblance to any road I had ever seen before. The tracks of which I speak were but faintly perceptible, having been impressed upon the firm yet pleasantly moist surface of what looked more like green Genoese velvet than anything else. It was grass, clearly, but grass such as we seldom see out of England, so short, so thick, so even, and so vivid in color. Not a single impediment lay in the wheel route, not even a chip or dead twig. The stones that once obstructed the way had been carefully placed, not thrown, along the sides of the lane so as to define its boundaries. At bottom, with a kind of half-precise, half-negligent, and wholly picturesque definition. Clumps of wild flowers grew everywhere, luxuriantly, in the interspaces. What to make of all this, of course, I knew not. Here was art, undoubtedly. That did not surprise me. All roads, in the ordinary sense, are a work of art, nor could I say that there was much to wonder at in the mere excess of art manifested. All that seemed to have been done, might have been done here, with such natural capabilities, as they have it in the books on landscape gardening, with very little labor and expense. No, it was not the amount, but the character of the art, which caused me to take a seat on one of the blossomy stones and gaze up and down this fairy-like avenue for half an hour or more in bewildered admiration. One thing became more and more evident the longer I gazed. An artist, and one with a most scrupulous eye for form, had superintended all these arrangements. The greatest care had been taken to preserve a due medium between the neat and graceful on the one hand, and the pittoresque, in the true sense of the Italian term, or on the other. There were few straight, and no long interrupted lines. The same effect of curvature or of color appeared twice, usually, but not oftener, or at any one point of view. Everywhere was variety in uniformity. It was a piece of composition, in which the most fastidiously critical taste could scarcely have suggested an emendation. I had turned to the right as I entered the road. And now, arising, I continued in the same direction. The path was so serpentine that at no point could I trace its course for more than 2 or 3 paces in advance. Its character did not undergo any material change. Presently, the murmur of water fell gently upon my ear, and in a few moments afterward, as I turned the road somewhat more abruptly than hitherto, I became aware that a building of some kind lay at the foot of a gentle declivity just before me. One sec, I need to drink a little bit. It's fun because I don't know the story, so I have no idea where it's going. And I'm like, is this a horror one? Is it not? We'll find out. I became aware that a building of some kind lay at the foot of a gentle declivity just before me. I could see nothing distinctly on account of the mist, which occupied all the little valley below. A gentle breeze, however, now arose as the sun was about descending, and while I remained standing on the brow of the slope, the fog gradually became dissipated into wreaths, and so floated over the scene. As it came fully into view, thus gradually as I describe it, piece by piece, here a tree, there a glimpse of water, and here again the summit of a chimney, I could scarcely help fancying that the whole was one of the ingenious illusions sometimes exhibited under the name of vanishing pictures. By the time, however, that the fog had thoroughly disappeared, the sun had made its way down behind the gentle hills, and thence, as if with a slight chassé to the south, had come again fully into sight, glaring with a purplish luster through a chasm that entered the valley from the west. Suddenly, therefore, and as if by the hand of magic, this whole valley and everything in it became brilliantly visible. The first coup d'oeil, as the sun slid into the position described, impressed me very much as I have been impressed when a boy by the concluding scene of some well-arranged theatrical spectacle or melodrama. Not even the monstrosity of color was wanting, for the sunlight came out through the chasm, tinted all orange and purple, while the vivid green of the grass in the valley was reflected more or less upon all objects from the curtain of vapor that still hung overhead, as if loth to take its total departure from a scene so enchantingly beautiful. The little vale into which I thus peered down from under the fog canopy could not have been more than 400 yards long, while in breadth it varied from 50 to 150 or perhaps 200. It was most narrow at its northern extremity, opening out as it tended southwardly, but with no very precise regularity. The widest portion was within 80 yards of the southern extreme. The slopes which encompassed the vale could not fairly be called hills, unless at their northern face. Here a precipitous ledge of granite arose to a height of some 90 feet, and as I have mentioned, the valley at this point was not more than 50 feet wide. But as the visitor proceeded southwardly from this cliff, he found on his right hand and on his left declivities at once less high, less precipitous, and less rocky, all, in a word, sloped and softened to the south, and yet the whole vale was engirdled by eminences, more or less high, except at 2 points. One of these I have already spoken of. It lay considerably to the north of west, and was where the setting sun made its way, as I have before described, into the amphitheater. Through a cleanly cut natural cleft in the granite embankment, this fissure might have been 10 yards wide at its widest point, so far as the eye could trace it. It seemed to lead up like a natural causeway into the recesses of unexplored mountains and forests. The other opening was directly at the southern end of the vale. Here, generally, the slopes were nothing more than gentle inclinations, extending from east to west about 150 yards. In the middle of this extent was a depression, level with the ordinary floor of the valley. As regards vegetation, as well as in respect to everything else, the scene softened and sloped to the south. To the north, on the craggy precipice, a few paces from the verge, up sprang the magnificent trunks of numerous hickories, black walnuts, and chestnuts, interspersed with occasional oak, and the strong lateral branches thrown out by the walnuts especially spread far over the edge of the cliff. Proceeding southwardly, the explorer saw at first the same class of trees, but less and less lofty and salvatorish in character. Then he saw the gentler elm, succeeded by the sassafras and locust. There again by the softer linden, redbulb, catalpa, and maple, these yet again by still more graceful and more modest varieties. The whole face of the southern declivity was covered with wild shrubbery alone, an occasional silver willow or white poplar excepted, In the bottom of the valley itself, for it must be borne in mind that the vegetation hitherto mentioned grew only on the cliffs or hillsides, were to be seen 3 insulated trees. One was an elm of fine size and exquisite form. It stood guard of the southern gate of the vale. Another was a hickory, much larger than the elm, and altogether a much finer tree, although both were exceedingly beautiful. It seemed to have taken charge of the northwestern entrance, springing from a group of rocks in the very jaw of the ravine, and throwing its graceful body at an angle of nearly 45 degrees far out into the sunshine of the amphitheater. About 30 yards east of this tree stood, however, the pride of the valley, and beyond all question the most magnificent tree I have ever seen, unless perhaps among the cypresses of the Ichiatikani. It was a triple-stemmed tulip tree, the Liriodendron tulipiferum, one of the natural order of magnolias, its tree trunks separated from the parent at about 3 feet from the soil, and diverging very slightly and gradually, were not more than 4 feet apart at the point where the largest stem shot out into the foliage. This was at an elevation of about 80 feet. The whole height of the principal division was 120 feet. Nothing can surpass in beauty the form or the glossy, vivid green the leaves of the tulip tree. In the present instance, they were fully 80 inches wide, but their glory was altogether eclipsed by the gorgeous splendor of the profuse blossoms. Conceive, closely congressed, 1,000,000 of the largest and most resplendent tulips. Only thus can the reader get any idea of the picture I would convey. And then, the stately grace of the clean, delicately granulated columnar stems, the largest 4 feet in diameter, at 20 feet from the ground, the innumerable blossoms, mingling with those of the other trees, scarcely less beautiful, although infinitely less majestic, filled the valley with more than Arabian perfumes. Again, this is old writing, Poe. There's some lines that are a little like that. The general floor of the amphitheater was grass of the same character as that I had found on the road, if anything, more deliciously soft, thick, velvety, and miraculously green. It was hard to conceive how all of this beauty had been attained. I have spoken of 2 openings in the valley. From the one to the northwest issued a rivulet, which came, gently murmuring and slightly foaming, down the ravine, until it dashed against the groups of rocks out of which sprang the insulated hickory. Here, after encircling the tree, it passed on a little to the north of east, leaving the tulip tree some 20 feet to the south, and making no decided alteration in its course. I realized I need to change the Twitch mode. Oops. No, that's fine. In its course until it came near the midway between the eastern and western boundaries of the valley. At this point, after a series of sweeps, it turned off at right angles and pursued a generally southern direction, meandering as it went until it became lost in a small lake of irregular figure, although roughly oval, that lay gleaming near the lower extremity of the vale. This lakelet was, perhaps, 100 yards in diameter at its widest part. No crystal could be clearer than its waters. Its bottom, which could be distinctly seen, consisted altogether of pebbles brilliantly white. Its banks, of the emerald grass already described, rounded rather than sloped off into the clear heaven below, and so clear was this heaven, so perfectly at times did it reflect all objects above it, that where the true bank ended and where the mimic one commenced, it was a point of no little difficulty to determine. The trout, and some other variety of fish, with which this pond seemed to be almost inconveniently crowded, had all the appearance of veritable flying fish. It was almost impossible to believe that they were not absolutely suspended in the air. A light birch canoe that lay placidly on the water was reflected in its minutest fibers with a fidelity unsurpassed by the most exquisitely polished mirror. A small island, fairly laughing with flowers in full bloom, and affording little more than space than just enough for a picturesque little building, seemingly a fowl house, arose from the lake not far from its northern shore, to which it was connected by means of an inconceivably light-looking and yet very primitive bridge. It was formed of a single broad and thick plank of the tulip wood. This was 40 feet long and spanned the interval between the shore and shore, with a slight but very perceptible arch, preventing all oscillation. For the southern extreme of the lake issued a continuation of the rivulet, which, after meandering for perhaps 30 yards, finally passed through the depression already described, in the middle of the southern declivity, and tumbling down a sheer precipice of 100 feet, made its devious and unnoticed way to the Hudson. The lake was deep, at some points 30 feet, but the rivulet seldom exceeded 3, while its greatest width was about 8. Its bottom and banks were as those of a pond. If a defect could have been attributed in point of picturesqueness, it was of that excessive neatness. The expanse of the green turf was relieved here and there by an occasional showy shrub, such as the hydrangea, or the common snowball, or the aromatic syringa, or most frequently by a clump of geraniums blossoming gorgeously in great varieties. These latter grew in pots, which were carefully buried in the soil, so as to give the plants the appearance of being indigenous. Besides all this, the lawn's velvet was exquisitely spotted with sheep, a considerable flock of which roamed about the vale, in company with 3 tamed deer and a vast number of brilliantly plumed ducks. A very large mastiff seemed to be in vigilant attendance upon these animals, each and all. Along the eastern and western cliffs where, towards the upper portion of the amphitheater, the boundaries were more or less precipitous, grew ivy in great profusion, so that only here and there could even a glimpse of the naked rock be obtained. The northern precipice, in like manner, was almost entirely clothed by great vines of rare luxuriance, some springing from the soil at the base of the cliff and others from ledges on its face. The slight elevation which formed the lower boundary of this little domain was crowned by a neat stone wall of sufficient height to prevent the escape of the deer. Nothing of the fence kind was observable elsewhere, for nowhere else was an artificial enclosure needed. Any stray sheep, for example, which should attempt to make its way out of the vale by means of the ravine, would find its progress arrested after a few yards' advance by the precipitous ledge of rock over which tumbled the cascade that had arrested my attention as I first drew near the domain. In short, the only ingress or egress was through a gate occupying a rocky pass in the road, a few paces below the point at which I stopped to reconnoiter the scene. I have described the brook as meandering very irregularly throughout the whole of its course. Its 2 general directions, as I've said, were first from west to east and then from north to south. At that turn, the stream, sweeping backward, made an almost circular loop, so as to form a peninsula which was very nearly an island, which included about the 16th of an acre. On this peninsula stood a dwelling house, and when I say that this house, like the infernal terrace seen by Fethek, était une architecture inconnue dans les annales de la terre, I mean merely that its tout ensemble struck me with the keenest sense of combined novelty and propriety. In a word, of poetry. For that, in the words just employed, I would scarcely believe, of poetry in the abstract a more rigorous definition, and I do not mean that merely outre was perceptible in any respect. To translate those lines, était une architecture inconnue dans les annales de la terre means of an architecture not known to the annals of the earth. Tout ensemble means altogether, and outre, which means outside. In fact, nothing could be well be more simple, more utterly unpretending than this cottage. It's a marvelous effect, lay all together, and its artistic arrangement is a picture. I could have fancied, while I looked at it, that some eminent landscape painter had built it with his brush. Oh, to explain, I speak French. I went to French immersion when I was a kid. That's why I can translate. Anyway, the point of view from which I first saw the valley was not altogether, although it was nearly the best point from which to survey the house. I will therefore describe it as I afterwards saw it, from a position on the stone wall at the southern extreme of the amphitheater. The main building was about 24 feet long and 16 broad, certainly not more. Its total height, from the ground to the apex of the roof, could not have exceeded 18 feet. To the west end of the structure was attached one about a third smaller in all its proportions, the lines of its front standing back about 2 yards from that of the larger house and the line of its roof. Of course, being considerably depressed below that of the roof adjoining, at right angles to these buildings, and from the rear of the main one, not exactly in the middle, extended a third compartment, very small, being in general 1/3 less than the western wing. The roofs of the 2 larger were very steep, sweeping down from the ridge beam with a long concave curve and extending at least 4 feet beyond the walls in front, so as to form the roofs of 2 piazzas. These latter roofs, of course, needed no support, but as they had the air of needing it, slight and perceptibly plain pillars were inserted at the corners alone. The roof of the northern wing was merely an extension of a portion of the main roof. Between the chief building and western wing arose a very tall and rather slender square chimney of hard Dutch bricks, alternately black and red, a slight cornice of projecting bricks at the top. Over the gables the roof also projected very much. In the main building, about 4 feet to the east and 2 to the west, the principal door was not exactly in the main division, being a little to the east, while the 2 windows were to the west. These latter did not extend to the floor, but were much longer and narrower than usual. They had single shutters, like doors. The panes were of lozenge form, but quite large. The door itself had its upper half of glass, also in lozenge panes. A movable shutter secured it at night. The door to the west ring was in its gable, and, quite simple, a single window looked out to the south. There was no external door to the north wing, and it also had only 1 window to the east. I need water. I hope you're enjoying the story. Chat's very quiet, so I'm like, oh no. Okay. The blank wall of the eastern gable was relieved by stairs, with a balustrade, running diagonally across it. The ascent being from the south. Under cover of the widely projecting eave, these steps access to a door leading into the garnet. Or, rather, loft, for it was lighted only by a single window to the north, and seemed to have been intended as a storeroom. The piazzas of the main building and western wing had no floors, as is usual, but at the doors and at each window, large, flat, irregular slabs of granite lay embedded in the delicious turf, affording comfortable footing in all weather. Excellent paths of the same material, not nicely adapted, but with velvety sod filling frequent intervals between the stones. I am currently reading Landor's Cottage by Edgar Allan Poe. Where was I? Led hither and thither from the house to a crystal spring about 5 paces off. To the road, or to 1 or 2 outhouses that lay to the north, beyond the brook, and were thoroughly concealed by a few locusts and catalpas. Not more than 6 steps from the main door of the cottage stood the dead trunk of a fantastic pear tree, so clothed from head to foot in the gorgeous bignonia blossoms that one required no little scrutiny to determine what manner of sweet thing it could be. From various arms of this tree hung cages of different kinds. In one, a large wicker cylinder with a ring at the top revealed a mockingbird. In another, an oriole. In a third, the impudent bobolink, while 3 or 4 more delicate prisons were loudly vocal with canaries. The pillar of the piazza were enwreathed in jasmine and sweet honeysuckle, while from the angle formed by the main structure in its west wing, in front sprang a grapevine of unexampled luxuriance. Scorning all restraint, it had clambered first to the lower roof, then to the higher, and along the ridges of this latter it continued to writhe on, throwing out tendrils to the right and left, until at length, it fairly attended the east gable, and fell trailing over the stairs. The whole house, with its wings, was constructed of the old-fashioned Dutch shingles, broad and with unrounded corners. It is a peculiarity of this material to give houses built of it the appearance of being wider at bottom than at top, after the manner of Egyptian architecture, and in the present instance this exceedingly picturesque effect was aided by numerous pots of gorgeous flowers that almost encompassed the base of the buildings. The shingles were painted a dull grey, and the happiness with which this neutral tint melted into the vivid green of the tulip tree leaves that partially overshadowed the cottage can readily be conceived by any artist. From the position near the stone wall, as described, the buildings were seen at great advantage, for the southeastern angle was thrown forward, so that the eye took in at once the whole of the 2 fronts, with a picturesque eastern gable, and at the same time obtained just a sufficient glimpse of the northern wing, with parts of a pretty roof to the spring house, and nearly half of a light bridge that spanned the brook in the near vicinity of the main buildings. I did not remain very long at the brow of the hill. Although long enough to make a thorough survey of the scene at my feet, it was clear that I had wandered from the road to the village, and I had thus good traveller's excuse to open the gate before me and inquire my way at all events. So, without more ado, I proceeded. The road, after passing the gate, seemed to lie upon a natural ledge, sloping gradually down along the face of the northeastern cliffs. It led me on the foot of the northern precipice, and thence over the bridge, rounded by the east gables, to the front door. In this progress I took notice that no sight of the outhouses could be obtained. As I turned the corner of the gable, the mastiff bounded towards me in stern silence, but with the eye and the whole air of a tiger. I held him out my hand, however, in token of amity, and I never yet knew the dog who was proof against such an appeal to his courtesy. He not only shut his mouth and wagged his tail, but absolutely offered me his paw, afterward extending his civilities to Ponto. As no bell was discernible, I rapped with my stick against the door, which stood half open. Instantly a figure advanced to the threshold, that of a young woman about 28 years of age, slender, rather slight, and somewhat above the medium height. As she approached, with a certain modest decision of step altogether indescribable, I said to myself, "Surely here I have found the perfection of natural, in contradistinction from artificial grace." The second impression which she made on me, but by far the more vivid of the two, was that of enthusiasm. So intense an expression of romance, perhaps I should call it, or of unworldliness, is that which gleamed from her deep-set eyes had never so sunk in the heart of hearts before. I know not how it is, but this peculiar expression of the eye, wreathing itself occasionally into the lips, is the most powerful, if not absolutely, the sole spell which rivets my interest in women. Me reading this not in a man's voice definitely changes the tone of it in a funny way. Romance, provided my readers fully comprehend what I would here imply by the word romance and womanliness, seems to me convertible terms, and after all, what man truly loves in women is simply her womanhood. Men. The eyes of Annie, I heard someone from the interior called her Annie Darling, were spiritual gray. Her hair a light chestnut. This is all I had time to observe of her. At her most courteous of invitations I entered, passing first into a tolerably wide vestibule. Having come mainly to observe, I took notice that to my right as I stepped in was a window, such as those in front of the house. To the left, a door leading into the principal room, which opposite me, an open door enabled me to see a small apartment just the size of the vestibule, arranged as a study, and having a large bow window looking out to the north. Passing into the parlor, I found myself with Mr. Landor, for this I afterwards found was his name. He was civil, even cordial in his manner, but just then I was more intent on observing the arrangement of the dwelling which had so much interested me than the personal appearance of the tenant. The north wing I now saw was a bedchamber. Its doors opened into the parlor. West of this door was a single window, looking toward the brook. At the west end of the parlor, where a fireplace and a door leading into the west wing, probably a kitchen, nothing could be more rigorously simple than the furniture of the parlor. On the floor was an ingrain carpet of excellent texture, a white ground spotted with small circular green figures. The windows were curtains of snowy white jaconet muslin. They were tolerably full and hung decisively, perhaps rather formally, in sharp parallel plates to the floor, just to the floor. The walls were papered with a French paper of great delicacy, a silver ground with a faint green cord running zigzag throughout. Its expense was relieved merely by 3 of Julian's exquisite lithographs à trois crayons, fastened to the walls without frames. One of these drawings was a scene of oriental luxury, or rather voluptuousness. Another was a carnival piece, spirited beyond compare. The third was a Greek female head, a face so divinely beautiful, and yet of an expression so provokingly indeterminate. Never before arrested my attention. The more substantial furniture consisted of a round table, a few chairs, including a large rocking chair, and a sofa, or rather settee. Its material was plain maple, painted a creamy white, slightly interstriped with green, the seat of Cain. The chairs and tables were to match, but the forms of all had evidently been designed by the same brain which planned the grounds. It is impossible to conceive anything more graceful. At the table were a few books, a large, square, crystal bottle of some novel perfume, a plain, ground, glass astral, not solar, lamp, with an Italian shade, and a large vase of resplendently blooming flowers. Flowers, indeed, of gorgeous colors and delicate odor, performed the sole mere decoration of the apartment. The fireplace was nearly filled with a vase of brilliant geranium. On a triangular shelf in each angle of the room stood also a similar vase, varied only as to its lovely contents. 1 or 2 smaller bouquets adorned the mantel, and late violets clustered about the open windows. It is not the purpose of this work to do more than give, in detail, a picture of Mr. Landor's residence, as I found it. What a weird story. Like, that's just, like, pages of description of a location that's really beautiful. And what I think interests me most about it is that Poe was so interested in the macabre, in the dark and the miserable and the nasty things that go bump in the night. And yet here is this example of his writing style that is so beautiful and so poetic, but used in a completely different way. And I think it's kind of sad that Poe often gets pigeonholed into one thing. And while I generally like the thing that he's pigeonholed into, he just writes really pretty. Now I'm very curious why this story is important to the show. So that'll be interesting to see. I want to do another tale. But perhaps we should do something shorter than the spectacles. Chat, thoughts. Do I do a shorter tale from later in the book? Or do I do the spectacles? Spectacles are decently long. So, what are we feeling? What are people up for? Long story, short story. The Spectacles is more of a horror piece. I think The Spectacles is more about a horror piece. I can't remember this one exactly. Longer one it is. I'm seeing a lot of calls for longer. That means tomorrow we'll probably get to The Murders of the Rue Morgue, the original murder mystery story, the original investigation story, the inspiration for Sherlock Holmes. Edgar Allan Poe is, frankly, not just one of the best writers of all time. Can you tell I'm a massive fan of Poe's work, but also one of the most influential in ways that people don't think about. I mean, I don't think that Lovecraft would exist without Poe. And while Lovecraft himself was a piece of shit, the art that he's inspired is so valuable to me. Especially the work that that marginalized people have done with his inspirations. That I'm just gonna look up The Spectacles so I can remember what it is. Oh, it is not a horror tale. The Spectacles is one of Edgar Allan Poe's comedies. Well, the comedies are quite fun. I guess the latter half of the book is almost exclusively horror. The Pit and the Pendulum, the Telltale Heart, Premature Burial, The Raven, The Black Cat, Lenore, that's all in the latter half. So I think as we go on in the month, as we come up to the 12th, getting more of the horror stories then makes more sense anyway. So we're going to do The Spectacle. Yeah, Poe inspired Alan Moore. He's an underrated person. Now I'm trying to think what voice that I want to give this one. Many years ago, it was the fashion to ridicule the idea of love at first sight. But those who think, not less from those who feel deeply, have always advocated its existence. Modern discoveries, indeed, in what may be termed ethical magnetism, or magnetoaesthetics, render it probable that the most natural and, consequently, the truest and most intense of the human affections are those which rise in the heart as if by electric sympathy. In a word, the brightest and most enduring of the psychal fetters are those which are riveted by a glance. The confusion I am about to make will add another to the already almost innumerable instances of the truth of the position. Thank you, Stomp. I really appreciate the support. My story requires that I should be somewhat minute. I am still a very young man, not yet 22 years of age. My name at present is very usual and rather plebeian one, Simpson. I say at present, for it is only lately that I have been so called, having legislatively adopted the surname within the last year in order to receive a large inheritance left me by a distant male relative, Adolphus Simpson Esquire. The bequest was conditioned upon my taking the name of the testator, Tor. The family, not the Christian name. My Christian name is Napoleon Bonaparte, or, more properly, these are my first and middle appellations. I assumed the name Simpson with some reluctance, as in my true patronym Froissart. I felt a very pardonable pride, believing that I could trace a descent from the immortal author of the Chronicles. While on the subject of names, by the by, I may mention a singular coincidence of sound attending the names of my immediate predecessors. My father was a Monsieur Froissart of Paris. His wife, my mother, whom he married at 15, was a Mademoiselle Croissart, eldest daughter of Croissart the banker, whose wife, again being only 16 when married, was the eldest daughter of one Victor Voissart. Monsieur Voissart, very singularly, had married a lady of similar name, a Mademoiselle Moissart. She, too, was quite a child when married, and her mother, also Madame Moissart, was only 15 when led to the altar. These early marriages are usual in France. Here, however, are Moissart, Voissart, Croissart, and Foissart, all in the direct line of descent. My own name, though, as I say, became Simpson by act of legislature, and with so much repugnance on my part that at one period I actually hesitated about accepting the legacy with the useless and annoying proviso attached. As to personal endowments, I am by no means deficient. On the contrary, I believe that I am well made and possess what 9/10 of the world would call a handsome face. In height, I am 5'11". My hair is black and curling, my nose is sufficiently good. My eyes are large and grey, although, in fact, they are weak to a very inconvenient degree. Still, no defect in this regard would be suspected from their appearance. The weakness itself, however, has always much annoyed me, and I have resorted to every remedy, short of wearing glasses. Being youthful and good-looking, I naturally dislike these, and have resolutely refused to employ them. I know nothing, indeed, which so disfigures the countenance of a young person, or so impresses every feature with an air of demureness, if not altogether of sanctimoniousness and of age. An eyeglass, on the other hand, has a savour of downright foppery and affectation. I have hitherto managed as well as I could without either, but something too much of these merely personal details, which, after all, are of little importance, I will content myself with saying in addition that my temperament is sanguine, rash, ardent, enthusiastic, and that all my life I have been a devoted admirer of the women. God, what a character. I like how Poe does a lot with perspective of characters to express who they are very, very directly, very quickly, and it's very fun. Anyway, one night last winter I entered a box at the P Theatre in company with a friend, Mr. Talbot. It was an opera night, and the bills presented a very rare attraction, so that the house was excessively crowded. I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm so sorry you've dated a man like this. I've known men like this. They are painful. We were in time, however, to obtain the front seats which had been reserved for us, and into which, with some little difficulty, we elbowed our way. For 2 hours my companion, who was a musical fanatico, gave his undivided attention to the stage, and in the meantime I amused myself by observing the audience, which consisted, in chief part, of the very elite of the city. Having satisfied myself upon this point, I was about turning my eyes to the prima donna, when they were arrested and riveted by a figure in one of the private boxes which had escaped my observation. If I live 1,000 years, I can never find the intense emotion with which I regarded this figure. It was that of a female, the most exquisite I have ever felt. A female. Sorry. I hate when people say female or male. It's like, bleh. And I know it's like, it had a different tone at that time. It was a very different thing to say, but just, Anyway. The face of so far turned towards the stage that for some minutes I could not obtain a view of it, but the form was divine. No other words can sufficiently express its magnificent proportion, and even the term divine seems ridiculously feeble as I write it. The magic of a lovely form in woman, the necromancy of female gracefulness, was always a power which I had found it impossible to resist. But here was grace personified, incarnate, the beau ideal of my wildest and most enthusiastic visions. The figure, almost all of which the construction of the box permitted to be seen, was somewhat above the medium height, and nearly approached, without positively reaching, the majestic. Its perfect fullness and tournure were delicious. The head, of which only the back was visible, rivaled in outline that of the Greek Psyche. It was rather displayed than concealed by an elegant cap of gaze arienne, which put me in mind of the ventum taxilium of Apuleius. The right arm hung over the balustrade of the box and thrilled every nerve of my frame with its exquisite symmetry. Its upper portion was draperied by one of the loose elbow open sleeves now in fashion. This extended but little below the elbow. Beneath it was worn an under one of some frail material, close-fitting and terminated by a cuff of rich lace, which fell gracefully over the top of the hand, revealing only the delicate fingers, upon one of which sparkled a diamond ring, which I at once saw was of extraordinary value. The admirable roundness of the wrist was well set by a bracelet which encircled it, and which also was ornamented and clasped by a magnificent aigrette of jewels, telling in words that could not be mistaken at once of the wealth and fastidious taste of the wearer. I gazed at these queenly apparition for at least half an hour, as if I had been suddenly converted to stone, and, during this period, I felt the full force and truth of all that has been said or sung concerning love at first sight. My feelings were totally different from any which I had hitherto experienced, and the presence of even the most celebrated specimens of female loveliness, an unaccountable and what I am compelled to consider a magnetic sympathy of soul for soul, seemed to rivet not only my vision, but my whole powers of thought and feeling upon the admirable object before me. I saw, I felt, I knew that I was deeply, madly, irrevocably in love, and this even before seeing the face of the person beloved. So intense indeed was the passion that consumed me that I really believed it would have received little if any abatement had the features, yet unseen, proved of merely ordinary character. So anomalous is the nature of the only true love, of the love at first sight, and so little really dependent is upon the external conditions which only seem to create and control it. When I was thus wrapped in admiration of this lovely vision, a sudden disturbance among the audience caused her to turn her head partially towards me, so that I beheld the entire figure of its face. Its beauty even exceeded my anticipations, and yet there was something about it which disappointed me without me being able to tell exactly what it was. I say disappointed, but this is not altogether my word. My sentiments were at once quieted and exalted. They partook less of transport and more of calm enthusiasm, of enthusiastic repose. This state of feeling arose, perhaps, from the Madonna-like and matronly air of the face, and yet I at once understood that it could not have arisen entirely from this. There was something else, some mystery which I could not develop, some expression about the countenance which slightly disturbed me while it greatly heightened my interest. In fact, I was just in that condition of mind which prepares a young and susceptible man for any act of extravagance. Had the lady been alone, I should undoubtedly have entered her box and accosted her at all hazards, but unfortunately she was attended by two companions, a gentleman and a strikingly beautiful woman, to all appearance a few years younger than herself. I revolved in my mind 1,000 schemes by which I might obtain hereafter an introduction to the elder lady, or, for the present, at all events, a more distinct view of her beauty. True, Anthony. I would have removed my position to one nearer her own, but the crowded state of the theatre rendered this impossible, and the stern decrees of fashion had, of late, imperatively prohibited the use of the opera glass in a case such as this, even had I been so fortunate as to have one with me. But I had not, and was thus in despair. At length I bethought of me applying to my companion. "Talbot," I said, "you have an opera glass. Let me have it." "An opera glass? No, what do you suppose I would be done with an opera glass?" Here he turned impatiently towards the stage. "But Talbot," I continued, pulling him by the shoulder, "listen to me, will you? Do you see the stage box there? No, the next. Did you ever behold as lovely a woman?" "She is beautiful, very beautiful, no doubt," he said. "I wonder who she can be." "Why, in the name of all that is angelic, don't you... Oh, I wonder who she can be." "Why, in the name of all that is angelic, don't you know who she is?" "Not to know her argues yourself unknown. She is the celebrated Madame Lalande, the beauty of the day par excellence, and the talk of the whole town, immensely wealthy too, a widow, and a great match has just arrived from Paris." "Do you know her?" "Yes, I have the honor." "Will you introduce me?" "Assuredly, with the greatest pleasure. When shall it be?" "Tomorrow, at once. I will call upon you at B's." "Very good, and now do hold your tongue if you can." In this latter respect, I was forced to take Albert's advice, for he remained obstinately deaf to every further question or suggestion, and occupied himself exclusively for the rest of the evening with what was transacting upon the stage. In the meantime, I kept my eyes riveted on Madame Lalande, and at length had the good fortune to obtain a full front view of her face. It was exquisitely lovely. This, of course, my heart had told me before, even had not Talbot fully satisfied me upon the point, but still, the unintelligible something disturbed me. I finally concluded that my senses were impressed by a certain air of gravity, sadness, or still more properly, of wariness, which took something from the youth and freshness of the countenance, only to endow it with a seraphic tenderness and majesty, and thus, of course, to my enthusiastic and romantic temperament, with an interest tenfold. While I thus feasted my eyes, I perceived at last, to my great trepidation, by an almost imperceptible start on the part of the lady, that she had become suddenly aware of the intensity of my gaze. Yeah, because if you're a creepy fucking weirdo, people are gonna notice. I swear it was totally normal as I stared at her for 30 minutes. Like, who does that? Weirdo behavior. Still, I was absolutely fascinated and could not withdraw it even for an instant. She turned aside her face, and again I saw only the chiseled contour of the back portion of the head. After some minutes, as if urged by curiosity to see if I was still looking, she gradually brought her face again around, and again encountered my burning gaze. Her large dark eyes fell instantly, and a deep blush mantled her cheek. But what was my astonishment at perceiving that she not only did not a second time avert her head, but that she actually took from her girdle a double-eye glass, elevated it, adjusted it, and then regarded me through it, intently and deliberately, for the space of several minutes. Had a thunderbolt fallen at my feet, I could not have been more thoroughly astounded only, not offended or disgusted in the slightest degree, although an action so bold in any other woman would have been likely to offend or disgust. But the whole thing this guy's the worst. But the whole thing was done with so much quietude, so much nonchalance, so much repose, and so evident an air of the highest breeding, in short, that nothing of mere effrontery was perceptible. My sole sentiments were those of admiration and surprise. I observed that, upon her first elevation of the glass, she had seemed satisfied with the momentary perception of my person, and was withdrawing the instrument, when, as if first struck by a second thought, she returned it, and so continued to regard me with fixed attention for the space of several minutes, for 5 minutes at the very least, I am sure. This action, so remarkable in an American theatre, attracted very general observation and gave rise to an indefinite movement or buzz among the audience, which for a moment filled me with confusion, but produced no visible effect upon the countenance of Madame Lalande. Oh, definitely random nerd. Like, the use of it is very weird. Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony. Anthony said, in my woman days, I had a friend who literally stared at me for 30 minutes one time. I thought you said this was not a horror story. Right? I thought it was not going to be a horror story, too. Having satisfied her curiosity, if such it was, she dropped the glass and quietly gave her attention again to the stage, her profile now being turned toward myself as before. I continued to watch her unremittingly, although I was fully conscious of my rudeness in doing so. Cis dudes, name a more iconic duo than knowing they're being rude and doing it anyway. I'm sorry. I might be a little too mean to cis men. Yeah, like it's wild. Presently, I saw the head slowly and slightly change its position, and soon I became convinced the lady, which pretending to look at the stage was, in fact, attentively regarding myself. It is needless to say that what effect this conduct on the part of so fascinating a woman had upon my excitable mind. Having thus scrutinized me for perhaps a quarter of an hour, the fair object of my passion addressed the gentleman who attended her, and while she spoke, I saw distinctly by the glances of both that the conversation had reference to myself. Upon its conclusion, Madame Lalande again turned toward the stage, and for a few moments seemed absorbed in the performances. At the expiration of this period, however, I was thrown into the extremity of agitation by seeing her unfold, for the second time, the eyeglass which hung at her side, fully confront me as before, and disregarding the renewed buzz of the audience, surveyed me, from head to toe, with the same miraculous composure which had previously so delighted and confounded my soul. This extraordinary behavior, by throwing me into a perfect fever of excitement, into an absolute delirium of love, served rather to embolden than to disconcert me. In the mad intensity of my devotion, I forgot everything but the presence and the majestic loveliness of the vision which confronted my gaze. Watching my opportunity when I thought the audience were fully engaged with the opera, I at length caught the eyes of Madame Lalande, and upon the instant made a slight but unmistakable bow. She blushed very deeply, then averted her eyes, then slowly and cautiously looked around, apparently to see if my rash action had been noticed, then leaned over toward the gentleman who sat by her side. I now felt a burning sense of the impropriety I had committed, and expected nothing less than instant exposure. While the vision of pistols upon the morrow floated rapidly and uncomfortably through my mind, I was greatly and immediately relieved, however, when I saw the lady merely hand the gentleman a playbill without speaking. The reader may form some feeble conception of my astonishment, of my profound amazement, my delirious bewilderment of heart and soul, when instantly afterward, having again glanced furtively around, she allowed her bright eyes to set fully and steadily upon my oars, and then, with a faint smile, disclosing a bright line of her pearly teeth, made two distinct pointed and unequivocal affirmation inclinations of the head. It is useless, of course, to dwell upon my joy, upon my transport, upon my illimitable ecstasy of heart. If ever man was mad with the excess of happiness, it was myself at that moment. I loved. This was my first love. So it felt to be. It was love supreme, indescribable. I was love at first sight. And at first sight, too, it had been appreciated and returned. Yes, returned. Not wrong. Harley. Yeah. What Anthony said there. How and why should I doubt it for an instant? What other construction could I possibly put upon such conduct on the part of a lady so beautiful, so wealthy, evidently so accomplished, of so high breeding, of so lofty a position in society, in every regard so entirely respectable as I felt assured was Madame Lalande? Yes, she loved me. She returned the enthusiasm I love with an enthusiasm as blind, as uncompromising, as uncalculating, as abandoned, as utterly unbounded as my own. These delicious fantasies and reflections, however, were now interrupted by the falling of the dropped curtain. The audience arose, and the usual tumult immediately supervened. Men thinking that women are into them if they give them even the smallest amount of attention is just... It's definitely a thing. It's fun. I've had that experience and I'm a lesbian and I'm like, there is no realm in which I will ever be interested. Anyway. The audience arose, and the usual tumult immediately supervened. Quitting Talbot abruptly, I made every effort to force my way into closer proximity with Madame Lalande. Having failed in this on account of the crowd, I at length gave up the chase, and bent my step homeward, consoling myself for my disappointment in not having been able to touch even the hem of her robe by the reflection that I should be introduced by Talbot in due form upon the morrow. This morrow at last came, that is to say, a day finally dawned upon a long and weary night of impatience, and then the hours until one was snail-paced, dreary, and innumerable. But even Stamboul, it is said, shall have an end. And there came an end to this long delay. The clock struck. As the last echo ceased, I stepped into B's and inquired for Talbot. Out, said the footman, Talbot's own. Out? I replied, staggering back half a dozen paces. Let me tell you, my fine fellow, this thing is thoroughly impossible and practical. Mr. Talbot is not out. What do you mean? Nothing, sir. Only Mr. Talbot's not in. That's all. He rode over to S immediately after breakfast, and left word that he would not be in town again for a week. I stood petrified with horror and rage. I endeavored to reply, but my tongue refused to its office. At length I turned on my heel, livid with wrath, inwardly consigning the whole tribe of the Talbots to the innermost regions of Erebus. It was evident that my considerate friend, Il Fanatico, had quite forgotten his appointment with myself, and had forgotten it as soon as it was made. At no time was he a very scrupulous man of his word. There was no help for it, so smothering my vexation as well as I could, I strolled moodily up the street, propounding futile inquiries about Madame Lalande to every male acquaintance I met. By report, she was known. I found to all, to so many by sight, but she had been in town only a few weeks, and there were very few, therefore, who claimed her personal acquaintance. These few, being still comparatively strangers, could not, or would not, take the liberty of introducing me through the formality of a morning call. While I stood thus, in despair, conversing with a trio of her friends upon the all-absorbing subject of my heart, it so happened that the subject itself passed by. "As I live, there she is!" cried one. "Surprisingly beautiful!" exclaimed a second. "An angel upon earth!" ejaculated a third. God, that's the worst. It meant something different at the time, and I know that. I recognize that. I get it. But describing someone saying something as ejaculated is the worst but funniest thing you could say. Anyway. I looked, and in an open carriage, which approached us, passing slowly down the street, saw the enchanting vision of the opera, accompanied by the younger lady who had occupied a portion of her box. Her companion also wears remarkably well, said the one of my trio who had spoken first. Astonishingly, said the second. Still quite a brilliant air, but art will do wonders. Upon my word, she looks better than she did at Paris 5 years ago. Beautiful woman still. Don't you think so, Frassard? Simpson, I mean. Still, said I. And why shouldn't she be? But compared with her friend, she is as a rushlight to the evening star, a glowworm to Antares. Ha! Why, Simpson, you have an astonishing tact at making discoveries. Original ones, I mean. And here we separated. One of the trio began humming a gay vaudeville, of which I caught only the lines, Nino, abba nino de long clause. During this little scene, however, one thing had served greatly to console me, although it fed the passion by which I was consumed. As the carriage of Madame Lalonde rolled by our group, I had observed that she recognized me. More than this, she had blessed me by the most seraphical imaginable smiles, with no equivocal mark of the recognition. As for an introduction, I was obliged to abandon all hope of it, until such a time as Talbot should think proper to return from the country. In the meantime, I perseveringly frequented every reputable place of public amusement, and at length, at the theatre, where I first saw her, I had the supreme bliss of meeting her, and of exchanging glances with her once again. This did not occur, however, until the lapse of a fortnight. Every day in the interim I had inquired for Talbot at his hotel, and every day had been thrown into a spasm of wrath by the everlasting, "Not come home yet," of his footman. About the evening in question, therefore, I was in a condition little short of madness. Anthony said, I think this guy's whole personality could be described as ejaculation. You're not wrong. Madame Lalonde, I had been told, was a Parisian, had lately arrived from Paris. Might she not suddenly return before Talbot came back, and might she not be thus lost to me forever? The thought was too terrible to bear. Since my future happiness was at issue, I resolved to act with a manly decision. Men will really be like, I'm making a manly decision. Oh, men. Cis men specifically, to be clear. In a word, upon the breaking up of the play, I traced the lady to her residence, noted the address, and the next morning sent her a full and elaborate letter in which I poured out my whole heart. I spoke boldly, freely, in a word. I spoke with passion. I concealed nothing even of my weakness. I alluded to the romantic circumstances of our first meeting, even to the glances which had passed between us. I went so far as to say that I felt assured of a lover. This guy is the most fucking incel energy. He's just got incel energy. Well, I offered this assurance in my own intensity of devotion as two excuses for my otherwise unpardonable conduct. As a third, I spoke of my fear that she might quit the city before I could have the opportunity of a formal introduction. I concluded that the most wildly enthusiastic epistle ever penned, with a frank declaration of my worldly circumstances, of my affluence, and with an offer of my heart and of my hand. In agony of expectation, I awaited the reply. After what seemed a lapse of a century, it came. Yes, actually came. Romantic as all this may appear, I really received a letter from Madame Lalonde, the beautiful, the wealthy, the idolized Madame Lalonde. Her eyes, her magnificent eyes, had not belied her noble heart. Like a true Frenchwoman as she was, she had obeyed the frank dictates of her reason, the generous impulses of her nature, despising the conventional pruderies of the world. She had not scorned my proposals, she had not sheltered herself in silence, she had not returned my letter unopened, she had even sent me in reply one penned by her own exquisite fingers. It ran thus. Monsieur Simpson will pardon me for not compose the beautiful tongue of his contrée so well as might. It is only late that I am arrived, and not yet have the opportunity to l'étudier. With the apology for the manière, I will now say that, Hala, Monsieur Simpson, I've guessed but the too true. Need I say the more? Alas, am I not ready to speak the too moche? Eugenie Lalonde. This noble-spirited note I kissed 1,000,000 times, and committed, no doubt, on its account 1,000 other extravagancies that had now escaped my memory. Still Talbot would not return. Alas, could he have formed even the vaguest idea of the suffering his absence had occasioned his friend? Would not his sympathizing nature have flown immediately to my relief? The world revolves around him, I guess. Still, however, he came not. I wrote. He replied. He was detained by urgent business, but would shortly return. He begged me not to be impatient, to moderate my transports, to read soothing books, to drink nothing stronger than hock, and to bring the consolations of philosophy to my aid. The fool! If he could not come himself, why in the name of everything rational could he not have enclosed me a letter of presentation? I wrote him again, entreating him to forward one forthwith. My letter was returned by that footman with the following endorsement in pencil. The scoundrel had joined his master in the country. Left yesterday. For parts unknown. Did not say where or when to be back. So thought best to return letter, knowing your handwriting, and has how you is always more or less in a hurry. Yours sincerely, Stubbs. After this, it is needless to say that I devoted to the infernal deities, both master and valet, but there was little use in anger, and no consolation at all in complaint. But I had yet a resource left in my constitutional audacity. Hitherto it had served me well, and I now resolved to make it avail to me to the end. Besides, after the correspondence which had passed between us, what act of mere informality could I commit, within bounds, that ought to be regarded as indecorous by Madame Lalande? Since the affair of the letter, I had been in the habit of watching her house, and thus discovering that, about twilight, it was her custom to promenade, attended only by a term I'm not going to use, but, you can guess of the time period. It starts with an N. It starts with Nego, and it ends with RO. I'm not saying that. Dated language! Again, this was written in the 1800s. It's a different time. Doesn't make no game. Yeah. In a public square overlooked by her windows. Here, amid the luxuriant and shadowing groves, in the grey gloom of a sweet midsummer evening, I observed my opportunity and accosted her. My God, dude. Leave her alone. Also, like, again, that was the common term. Is just yikes. You know, like, it's not the N-word, but it is the one very similar to it, which I shouldn't say. Either. The better to deceive the servant in attendance, I did this with the best assured air of an old and familiar acquaintance. With a presence of mind truly Parisian, she took the cue at once, and, to greet me, held out the most bewitchingly little of hands. The valet at once fell into the rear, and now, with hearts full to overflowing, we discoursed long and unreservedly of our love. Madame Lalande, you can do better. Yeah, like, it's not like the sentence was, like, an evil, you know, like, it wasn't demonizing people of color. It just is an unfortunate word to have in text. As Madame Lalande spoke English even less fluently than she wrote it, our conversation was necessarily in French. In this sweet tongue, so adapted to passion, I gave loose to the impetuous enthusiasm of my nature, and with all the eloquence could command, besought her to consent to an immediate marriage. At this impatience she smiled. She heard the old story of decorum, that bugbear which deters so many from bliss until the opportunity for bliss is forever gone by. I had most imprudently made it known among my friends, she observed, that I desired her acquaintance, thus that I did not possess it. Thus again there was no possibility of concealing the date of our first knowledge of each other, and then she adverted, with a blush, to the extreme recency of the state. To wed immediately would be improper, would be indecorous, would be outré. All this she said with a charming air of naivete, which enraptured while it grieved and convinced me. She went even as far as to accuse me laughingly of rashness, of imprudence. She bade me remember that I really even knew not who she was. What were her prospects, her connections, her standing in society? She begged me, but with a sigh, to reconsider my proposal, and termed my love an infatuation, a will-o'-the-wisp, a fancy or fantasy of the moment. A baseless and unstable creation rather than of the imagination than of the heart. Have a good one, Jameson. I hope you're having a nice time. These things she uttered as the shadows of the street twilight gathered darkly and more darkly around us, and then, with a gentle pressure of her fairy-like hand, overthrew, in a single sweet instant, all the argumentative fabric she had reared. I replied as best I could, as only a true lover can. I spoke at length and preservingly of my devotion, of my passion, of her exceeding beauty, and of my own enthusiastic admiration. In conclusion, I dwelt with convincing energy upon the perils that encompass the course of love, that course of true love that never did run smooth, and thus deduced the manifest danger of rendering that course unnecessarily long. This latter argument seemed finally to soften the rigor of her determination. He fucking browbeat her. Gross. This guy sucks. I do not like him. She relented, but there was yet an obstacle, she said, which she felt assured I had not properly considered. This was a delicate point. For a woman to urge, especially so in mentioning it, she saw that she must make a sacrifice of her feelings. Still, for me, every sacrifice should be made. She alluded to the topic of age. Was I fully aware of the discrepancy between us? That the age of the husband should surpass by a few years, even by 15 or 20, the age of the wife, was regarded by the world as admissible, and indeed as even proper, but she had always entertained the belief that the year of the wife should never exceed in number those of the husband. A discrepancy of this unnatural kind gave rise, too frequently alas, to a life of unhappiness. Now she was aware that my own age did not exceed 22, and I, on the other contrary, perhaps, was not aware that the years of my Eugenie extended very considerably beyond that sum. Oh my god. Oh my god. He said MILF. You wouldn't want to marry a mature woman, they might have standards. Oh yes, Harley. About all this there was a nobility of soul, a dignity of candor, which delighted, which enchanted me, which eternally riveted my chains. I could scarcely restrain the excessive transport which possessed me. My sweetest Eugenie, I cried, what is all this about you are discussing? Your years surpass in some measure my own, but what then? The customs of the world are so many conventional follies. To those who love as ourselves, in what respect differs a year from an hour? I am 22, you say. Granted, indeed. You may as well call me at once 23. Now you yourself, my dearest Eugenie, can have numbered no more than. Here I paused for an instant, in the expectation that Madame Lalonde would interrupt me by supplying her true age. But a French woman is seldom direct. And has always, by way of an answer to an embarrassing query, some little practical reply of her own. In the present instance, Eugenie, who for a few moments past had seemed to be searching for something in her bosom, at length let fall upon the grass a miniature, which I immediately picked up and presented to her. Keep it, she said, with one of her most ravishing smiles. Keep it for my sake, for the sake of her whom it too flatteringly represents. Besides, upon the back of the trinket you may discover perhaps the very information you seem to desire. It is now, to be sure, growing rather dark, but you can examine it at your leisure in the morning. In the meantime, you shall be my escort home tonight. My friends are about holding a little musical levee. I can promise you, too, some good singing. We French are not nearly so punctilious as you Americans, and I still have no difficulty in smuggling you in the character of an old acquaintance. With this, she took my arm, and I attended her home. The mansion was quite a fine one, and I believe furnished in good taste. Of this latter point, however, I am scarcely qualified to judge, for it was just as dark as we arrived. And in American mansions of the better sort, light seldom, during the heat of summer, make their appearance at this, the most pleasant period of the day. About an hour after my arrival, to be sure, a single shaded solar lamp was lit in the principal drawing-room, and this apartment, I could thus see, was arranged with unusual good taste and even splendor. But 2 other rooms of the suite, and in which the company chiefly assembled, remained, during the whole evening, in a very agreeable shadow. This is a well-conceived custom, giving the party at least a choice of light or shade, and one which our friends over the water could not do better than immediately adopt. The evening thus spent was unquestionably the most delicious of my life. Madame Lalonde had not overrated the musical capabilities of her friends, and the singing I here heard I had never heard excelled in any private circle out of Vienna. The instrumental performers were many and of superior talents. The vocalists were chiefly ladies, and no individual sang less than well. At length, upon a peremptory call from Madame Lalonde, she rose at once, without affection or demur, from the chaise longue upon which she had sat by my side, and, accompanied by 1 or 2 gentlemen and a female friend of the opera, repaired to the piano in the main drawing-room. I would have escorted her myself, but felt that, under the circumstances of my introduction to the house, I had better remain unobserved where I was. I was thus surprised at the pleasure of seeing, although not of hearing, her sing. The impression she produced upon the company seemed electrical, but the effect upon myself was something even more. I know not how adequately to describe it. It rose in part, no doubt, from the sentiment of love which I was imbued, but chiefly from my conviction of the extreme sensibility of the singer. It is beyond the reach of the art to endow either art or recitative with more impassioned expression than was hers. Her utterance of the romance in Otello, the tone with which she gave the words "Sol mia sasso" in the Colpa te, is ringing in my memory yet. Her lower tones were absolutely miraculous. Her voices embraced 3 complete octaves, extending from the contralto D to the D upper soprano, and thus sufficiently powerful to have filled the San Carlo, executed with a minutest precision every difficulty of vocal composition, ascending and descending scales, cadences, or fioritura. In the finale of the Sonnambula, she brought about a most remarkable effect at the words non quinque uman pensiore al cantando ondio son piena. Here sometimes you need water to keep talking, especially when you're doing someone else's voice. Here, in imitation of Malibran, she modified the original phrase of Bellini so as to let her voice descend to the tenor G, when, by a rapid transition, she struck the G above the treble stave, springing over an interval of 2 octaves. Upon rising to the piano after these miracles of vocal execution, she resumed her seat by my side, when I expressed to her, in terms of the deepest enthusiasm, my delight at her performance. Of my surprise I said nothing, and yet was I most unfeignedly surprised, for a certain feebleness, or rather a certain tremulous indecision of voice in ordinary conversation, had prepared me to anticipate in singing she would not acquit herself with any remarkable ability. Negging. This boy wishes he could nag, but didn't. Our conversation was now long, earnest, uninterrupted, and totally unreserved. She made me relate many of the earlier passages of my life, and listened with breathless attention to every word of the narrative. I concealed nothing. Oh, that's beautiful, Harley. What's that from? I want to quote that. What's that from? I need to know what that's from. Final Fantasy XIV! Okay. One second. I just keep a server in my private Discord for like a bunch. I have a bunch of text areas that are just for taking notes, and one of them is just like quotes I want to put in a video at some point. I think my favorite is so you start reading the Locked Tomb because everyone's like, wow, lesbian necromancers in space. Fun, but watch out, it's a little sad. And then Tamsin Weir says, my entire magic system is based on the fact that you cannot know someone without being changed by their existence. You cannot lose someone, grieve for someone, without them becoming a part of you forever. Grief is transformative because love is transformative. It's also a consumption because love is a consumption. Souls merge when they spend enough time with each other. You will never be the person you were before you met them. I love that last sentence. Oh yeah, the other one is just something I said. One must imagine Sisyphus having very complicated feelings about this right now. And it's gonna end up in a video at some point. Yeah. And there's a bunch of poems and stuff that I have in that. But anyway, I was adding that. No, thank you for derailing. That was a good little line. I'm going to get back to reading about the worst boy. And listened with breathless attention to every word of the narrative. I concealed nothing, felt that I had a right to conceal nothing, from her confiding affection. Encouraged by her candor upon the delicate point of her age, I entered with perfect frankness, not only into a detail of my many minor vices, but made full confession of those moral and even of those physical infirmities, the disclosure of which, in demanding so much higher a degree of courage, is so much sure an evidence of love. I touched upon my college indiscretions, upon my extravagances, upon my carousels, upon my debts, upon my flirtations. I even went so far as to speak of a slightly hectic cough with which at one time I had been troubled, of a chronic rheumatism, of a twinge of hereditary gout, and in conclusion of the disagreeable and inconvenient but hitherto carefully concealed weakness of my eyes. I think I skipped a line. I didn't. Upon this latter point, said Madame Lalonde laughingly, you have been surely injudicious in coming to confession, for without the confession I take it for granted that no one would have accused you of the crime. By the by, she continued, have you any recollection? And here I fancied that a blush, even though the gloom of the apartment became distinctly visible upon her cheek. Have you any recollection, mon cher ami, of the little ocular assistant which now depends from my neck? As she spoke, she twirled in her hands the identical double eyeglass, which had so overwhelmed me with confusion at the opera. For well, alas, do I remember it, I exclaimed, pressing passionately the delicate hand which offered the glasses for my inspection. They formed a complex and magnificent toy, richly chased and filigreed, and gleaming with jewels, which, even in the deficient light, I could not help perceiving were of high value. Ah bien, mon ami, she resumed with a certain empressement of manner that rather surprised me. Ah bien, mon ami. You have earnestly besought of me a favor which you have been pleased to denominate priceless. You have demanded of me my hand upon the morrow. Should I yield to your entreaties, and I may add to the pleading of my own bosom, would I not be entitled to demand of you a very, very light boon in return? Name it, I exclaimed with an energy that had nearly drawn upon us the observation of the company, and restrained by their presence alone from throwing myself impetuously at her feet. Name it, my beloved, my ingénue, my... Oh, name it! But alas, it is already yielded ere named. You shall conquer then, mon ami, she said. For the sake of the Eugenie whom you love, this little weakness which you have at last confessed, this weakness more moral than physical, and which, let me assure you, is so unbecoming the nobility of your real nature, so inconsistent with the candour of your usual character, and which, if permitted further control, will assuredly involve you, sooner or later, in some very disagreeable scrape, you shall conquer, for my sake, this affectation which leads you, as you yourself acknowledge, to the tacit or implied denial of your infirmity of vision. For this infirmity you virtually deny, in refusing to employ the customary means for its relief. You will understand me to say, then, that I wish you to wear spectacles. Ah, hush! You have already consented me to wear them for my sake. You shall accept the little toy with which I now hold in my hand, and which, though admirable as an aid to vision, is really of no very immense value as a gem. You perceive that by a trifling modification thus or thus, it can be adapted to the eyes in the form of spectacles, or worn in the waistcoat pocket as an eyeglass. It is in the former mode, however, and habitually, that you have already consented to wear it for my sake. I love that she's basically saying, stop being ableist to yourself, you ding-dong. This request, must I confess it, confused me in no little degree, but the condition with which it was coupled rendered hesitation, of course, a matter altogether out of the question. It is done, I cried, with all the enthusiasm that I could muster at the moment. It is done. It is most cheerfully agreed. I sacrifice every feeling for your sake. Tonight I wear this dear eyeglass as an eyeglass, and upon my heart, but with the earliest dawn of that morning which gives me the pleasure of calling you wife, I will place it upon my nose, and there wear it ever afterward, in the less romantic and less fashionable, but certainly in the more serviceable form with which you desire. Our conversation now turned upon the details of our arrangements for the morrow. Talbot, I learned from my betrothed, had just arrived in town. I was to see him at once and procure a carriage. The soirée would scarcely break up before 2, and by this hour the vehicle was to be at the door, when, in the confusion occasioned by the departure of the company, Madame L. could easily enter it unobserved. We were then to call at the house of a clergyman who would be in waiting. There be married, drop Talbot, and proceed on a short tour to the east, leaving the fashionable world at home to make whatever comment upon the matter it thought best. Having planned all this, I immediately took leave and went in search of Talbot, but on the way I could not refrain from stepping into a hotel for the purpose of inspecting the miniature, and this I did by the powerful aid of the glasses. The countenance was a surprisingly beautiful one, those large luminous eyes, the proud Grecian nose, those dark luxuriant curls. Ah, said I, exultantly to myself. This is indeed the speaking image of my beloved. I turned the reverse and discovered the words, Eugenie Lalande, aged 27 years and 7 months. I found Talbot at home, and proceeded at once to acquaint him with my good fortune. Note that he didn't have a single fucking negative. That's actually pretty shocking for something of that time period, to have a character just be like, yeah, cool, she's 37, that's fine. That's very interesting. Because again, older women being with younger men was like a huge taboo at the time. So it's actually interesting. Anyway. He professed excessive astonishment, of course, but congratulated me most cordially and preferred every assistance in his power. In a word, we carried out our arrangement to the letter, and at 2 a.m, just 10 minutes after the ceremony, I found myself in a closed carriage with Madame Lalande, with Mrs. Simpson, I should say, and driving at a great rate out of town in a direction northeast by north half north. It has been determined for us by Talbot that as we were to be up all night, we should make our first stop at C, a village about 20 miles from the city, and there get an early breakfast and some repose before proceeding upon our route. At 4 precisely, therefore, the carriage drew up the door of the principal inn. I handed my adorned wife out, and ordered breakfast forthwith. In the meantime, we were shown into a small parlour and sat down. It was now nearly, if not altogether, daylight, and as I gazed, enraptured at the angel by my side, the singular idea came all at once in my head, that this was really the very first moment since my acquaintance with the celebrated loveliness of Madame Lalande, that I enjoyed a near inspection of that loveliness by daylight at all. And now, mon ami, said she, taking my hand, and so interrupting this train of reflection, and now, mon cher ami, since we are indissolubly one, since I have yielded to your passionate entreaties and performed my portion of our agreement, I presume you have not forgotten that you also have a little favour to bestow, a little promise which it is your intention to keep. Ah, let me remember. Yes, full easily do I call to mind the precise words of the dear promise you made to Eugenie last night. Listen. You spoke thus. It is done. It is most cheerfully agreed. I sacrifice every feeling for your sake. Tonight I wear this dear eyeglass as an eyeglass, and upon my heart, but with the earliest dawn of that morning, which gives me the privilege of calling you wife, I will place it upon my nose, and there wear it ever afterward, and in the less romantic, less fashionable, but certainly in the most serviceable form which you desire. These were the exact words, my beloved husband, were they not? They were, I said. You've an excellent memory, and assuredly, my beautiful Eugenie, there is no disposition on my part to evade the performance of the trivial promise they imply. See, behold, they are becoming rather, are they not? And here, having arranged my glasses in the ordinary form of spectacles, I applied them gingerly in their proper position, while Madame Simpson, adjusting her cap and folding her arms, sat bolt upright in her chair in a somewhat stiff and prim, and indeed in a somewhat undignified position. Goodness gracious me! I exclaimed, almost at the very instant that the rim of my spectacles had settled upon my nose. My goodness gracious me! What can be the matter with these glasses? And taking them off quickly, I wiped them carefully with a silk handkerchief and adjusted them again. But if in the first instance there had occurred something which occasioned me surprise, in the second the surprise became elevated into astonishment, this astonishment was profound, was extreme, indeed, I'd say it was horrific. What in the name of everything hideous did this mean? Could I believe my eyes? Could I? Was that the question? Was that rouge? And were those wrinkles upon the visage of Eugenie Lalande? Oh, no, Jupiter, and every one of the gods and goddesses, little and big, what had become of her teeth? I dashed the spectacles violently to the ground, and leaping to my feet, stood erect in the middle of the floor, confronting Mrs. Simpson, but with my arms set akimbo, and grinning and foaming, but at the same time utterly speechless with terror and with rage. Now, I've already said that Madame Eugenie Lalande, that is to say Simpson, spoke the English language, but very little better than she wrote it, and for this reason she was very properly never attempted to speak it upon ordinary occasions. But rage will carry a lady to an extreme, and in the present case it carried Mrs. Simpson to the very extraordinary extreme of attempting to hold a conversation in a tongue that she did not altogether understand. Well, monsieur, said she, after surveying me in great apparent astonishment for some moments. Well, monsieur, and what then? What's the matter now? Is it the dance of Saint Virtus that you have? If not like me, what... For we buy the pig in the poke. You wretch, said I, catching my breath. You villainous old hag. Hag? Old? Me not so very old after all. Me not one single day more than dirty D8 dough. 82, I ejaculated, staggering to the wall. 8,200,000 baboons. The miniature said 27 years and 7 months. To be sure, that is so, very true. But then the portrait has been take for these 55 years. When I go bury my second husband, Monsieur Lalande, at the time, I had the portraiture take for my daughter by my first husband, Monsieur Massart. Massart? Said I. Yes, Massart, she said. mimicking my pronunciation, which, to speak the truth, was none of the best. And but then, what you know about de Mossad? Nothing, you old friend. I know nothing about him at all. Even only I had an ancestor of that name, once upon a time. That name, and what do you say? Say to that name? 'Tis very good name, and so is Vossard. That is very good name too. My daughter, Mademoiselle Vossard, she married Monsieur Vossard, and the name is both very respectable name. Vossard, I explained, and Vossard? Why, what is it you mean? What I mean Moissart and Vossart. And for the matter of that, I'm sorry, it's like actually spelled like this. I mean Croissant and Fossart too, if I only think proper to mean it. My daughter's daughter, Mademoiselle Moissart, she married von Croissant, and then again, my daughter's granddaughter, Mademoiselle Croissant, she married von Monsieur Vossart, and I suggest you say that is not one very respectable name. Vossart, said I, beginning to faint. Why, surely you don't say Vossart and Vossart and Croissant and Vossart? Yes, she replied, leaning fully back in her chair and stretching out her lower limbs at great length. Yes, Moissart and Vossart and Croissant and Vossart. But Monsieur Vossart, he was one very big fat, what you call fool. He has one very great big dunce like yourself. For he la belle France for come to this stupid America. And when he got here, he went and have one very stupid, one very, very stupid son. So I hear, though I not yet have the pleasure to meet him. Neither me nor my companion, the Madame Stephanie Lalande. He is named de Napoleon Bonaparte Vossart, and I suppose you say that too is not one very respectable name. Either the length or the nature of the speech had the effect of working up Mrs. Sampson into a very extraordinary passion indeed, and as she made an end of it, with great labour, she jumped up from her chair like somebody bewitched, dropping upon the floor an entire universe of bustle as she jumped. Once upon her feet, she gnashed her gums, brandished her arms, rolled up her sleeves, shook her fist in my face, and concluded the performance by tearing the cap from her head, and with it an immense wig of the most valuable and beautiful black hair, the full of which she dashed upon the ground with a yell, and there trampled and danced a fandango upon it, in an absolute ecstasy and agony of rage. Meantime, I sank aghast in the chair which she had vacated. Moissart and Vossart, I repeated, and thoughtfully, as she cut one of her pigeon wings. And Croissant and Frossart, as she completed another. Moissart and Vossart and Croissant, Napoleon Bonaparte Fossart. Why, you ineffable old serpent, that's me, do you hear? That's me! Here I screamed at the top of my voice, that's me! I am Napoleon Bonaparte Fossart, and if I hadn't married my great-great-great-grandmother, I wish I may be everlastingly confounded. Okay, it is... I like that the joke is that this guy sucks and is a doofus and married his own great-grandmother. What a wild tale. Madame Eugene Lalande, quasi-Simpson, formerly Moissart, was in sober fact my great-great-grandmother. In her youth, she had been beautiful, and even at 82, retained the majestic height, the sculptural contour of head, the fine eyes, and the Grecian nose of her girlhood. But by the aid of these, of pearl powder, of rouge, of false hair, of false teeth, and false tournure, as well as the most skillful modists of Paris, she contrived to hold a respectable footing among the beauties peu passées of the French metropolis. That's me! Yeah, he's actually spelled out that's me, dashy, 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 dashy. In this respect, indeed, she might have been regarded as little less than the equal of the celebrated Ninon de L'Enclos. She was immensely wealthy, and being left, for the second time, a widow without children, she bethought herself of my existence in America, and for the purpose of making me her heir, paid a visit to the United States, in company with a distant, exceedingly lovely relative of her second husband's, a Madame Stephanie Lalande. At the opera, my great-great-grandmother's attention was arrested by my notice, and upon surveying me through her eyeglass, she was struck with a certain family resemblance to herself. Thus interested, knowing that the heir she sought was actually in the city, she made inquiries of her party respecting me. The gentleman who attended her knew my person, and told her who I was. The information thus obtained induced her to renew her scrutiny, and the scrutiny is... it was which so emboldened me that I behaved in the absurd manner already detailed. She returned my bow, however, under the impression that by some odd accident I had discovered her identity. When deceived by my weakness of vision and the arts of the toilet, in respect to the age and charms of the strange lady, I demanded so enthusiastically of Talbot who she was, he concluded that I meant the younger beauty, as a matter of course, and so informed me with perfect truth that she was the celebrated widow, Madame Lalande. In the street, next morning, my great-great-grandmother encountered Talbot, an old Parisian acquaintance, and the conversation very naturally turned upon myself. My deficiency of vision were then explained, for these were notorious, although I was entirely ignorant of their notoriety, and my good old relative discovered, much to her chagrin, that she had been deceived in supposing me aware of her identity, and that I had been merely making a fool of myself in making open love in a theatre to an old unknown woman. By way of punishing me for this imprudence, she concocted with Talbot a plot. Her purposely kept out of my way to avoid giving me the introduction. My street inquiries about the lovely widow, Madame Lalande, were supposed to refer to the younger lady, of course, and thus the conversation with the three gentlemen whom I encountered shortly after leaving Talbot's hotel will be easily explained. As to their allusion to Ninon de l'Enclos, I had no opportunity of seeing Madame Lalande closely during daylight, and at her musical soiree, my silly weakness in refusing the aid of glasses effectually prevented me from making a discovery of her age. When Madame Lalande was called upon to sing, the younger lady was intended, and it was she who rose to obey the call. My great-great-grandmother, to further deception, arising at the same moment and accompanying her to the piano in the main drawing-room. Had I decided upon escorting her thither, it had been her design to suggest the propriety of my remaining where I was. But my own prudential views rendered this unnecessary. The songs which I so much admired, and which so confirmed my impression of the youth of my mistress, were executed by Madame Stephanie Lalande. The eyeglass was presented by way of adding a reproof to the hoax, a sting to the epigram of the deception. Its presentation afforded an opportunity for the lecture upon affectation, with which I was so especially edified. It is almost superfluous to add that the glasses of the instrument, as worn by the old lady, had been exchanged by her for a pair better adapted to my ears. They suited me, in fact, to a T. The clergyman, who merely pretended to tie the fatal knot, was a boon companion of Talbot's and no priest. He was an excellent whip, however, and having doffed his cassock to put on a great coat, he drove the hack which conveyed the happy couple out of town. Talbot took a seat at his side. The two scoundrels were thus in at the death, and through a half-open window of the back parlour of the inn amused themselves in grinning at the denouement of the drama. I believe I shall be forced to call them both out. Nevertheless, I am not the husband of my great-great-grandmother, and this is a reflection which affords me infinite relief. But I am the husband of Madame Lalande, of Madame Stephanie Lalande, with whom my good old relative, besides making me her sole heir when she dies, if she ever does, has been at the trouble of concocting me a match. In conclusion, I am done forever with billet doux, and am never to be met without spectacles. What a tale! I like that at no point, like, one that they continue to call this older woman beautiful. That's fucking shocking for a book at that time period. Two, they don't treat an older woman being with a younger man in the same way that most stories at the time would have. And three, it's all about how the main character is a conceited jackass who sucks. What a wild... That was a lot of fun. Totally different angle of Poe I haven't really read much of, but I really enjoyed it. That was fun. I was worried where it was going, but... Like, I was worried that the joke was either that she was ugly, I was expecting perhaps a man in dress joke or something, which is always something I'm fearing whenever I read anything that's older. But no, the entire joke is, look at this conceited asshole, he should have just worn the glasses. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Chat, what are your opinions on this very late night tale? Because it is 2 a.m. If you've enjoyed the stream, perhaps consider supporting. It's totally cool if you can't. And thank you so much for joining me on such a ridiculous and very funny story. And now I'm curious, what is Mike Flanagan gonna do with the spectacles? Because is Mike Flanagan gonna adapt exactly that? Is that gonna happen in The Fall of the House of Usher? I love that this story was like Poe mocking a certain type of rich man. I really enjoyed that. That was really fun. Okay. I'm gonna give it a treat just because everybody stuck around through a very interesting and very late night stream. Shh, don't tell anyone that I did something that I usually like reserve for if people have donated. But I'm gonna go grab Killian. Because, chat, you've been very fun tonight. Stinky, come here. I gotta go. What a good baby you are. You came right away. Look at him. He's just a little baby. He likes having his head in my hand. Oh, he's just a baby. He's just a little baby. Yeah. Hi. He's just a baby. Sorry, he's just laying in my lap. Okay. Killian, say hi to chat. I love you, buddy. Okay, he wants to get down. He's just a little baby boy. He's just a little baby boy. I love him very much. He doesn't super love when I have the lights set on red, so I'm just gonna switch them to that. But yeah, I hope this was a fun stream. What a wild set of experiences. We really went through some different vibes. We started with Deadspace, we ended at pure hilarity. The Spectacles is genuinely one of the funniest bits of writing I have read in a long time. Like, that was actually really well paced, and you keep expecting it to go for the easy joke, and it refuses the easy joke. It rejects the easy joke. It's like, no, we're here to mock the protagonist. This is not the joke you expect. And I'm like, this was written in the fucking 1800s. I like Edgar Allan Poe. He was worrying me for a minute there, but he brought it around in the end. He really did. Like, that was beautiful. That was lovely. Aw, thank you for subscribing, Harley. I appreciate it. I really should update those emotes for Twitch. I made those emotes ages ago. Yeah, but that was very fun. Tomorrow we're gonna get back to just finishing this fucking giant Star Wars project that I really should have already had finished. But we'll also do some more Edgar Allan Poe reading. Tomorrow we're reading The Murders in the Rue Morgue, and that'll probably be the only one we read tomorrow, just because it's quite long. It's about 40 pages, which is generally I need to read about 30 pages of this book every day for us to read all of it before The Fall of the House of Usher releases. Yeah, I don't know what to say, but I hope you all are having a lot of fun. Yeah, so just a lot of animation in the next bit. Like, basically from tomorrow to Friday, I'm just gonna be animating, and I'll probably stream most of it, because I like having company, and I was shocked how much it helped. Like, it's the co-working thing for neurodivergent people. Like, it shockingly helps me work a lot more if I have, like, people around. And I get to chat about fun things while I draw. So yeah, my goal is by Friday to have all of the scenes colored, animated, like everything done. Basically, I still will have to spend a couple of days next week, probably. Basically, before Thursday next week, I want that video finished. But, I wanted to do that for a really long time. And I used to do it ages back. And if people are really enjoying me reading stuff, I can keep doing it. And I actually have a perfect collection that we could do after we're done with Poe's works. And I'll probably read some additional Poe beyond this later in the month. It has to be public domain. because I can't read books that aren't public domain. So it's always going to be older books, which have their issues, but can be really interesting for discussing. And again, I like discussing art that has problems, and I think it's more interesting to find both the good and the bad. I really dislike the sort of criticism that I think a lot of people have stuck into, and this, if you watch my videos, you can tell that I don't subscribe to this, but I think a lot of people have stuck into this idea of if art has a problematic element, you must throw it out. And I'm just like, no. And then people do the exact opposite, which I also abhor, which is that I like the art, therefore I'm going to ignore every negative aspect of it. Whereas to me, art is a holistic object. It has good and bad simultaneously, and one does not remove the other or overshadow the other necessarily. I do think there are works where the horribleness is so intrinsic to the work that I struggle to engage with it or find any value from it. But if you find value from it, I think that's a good thing, you know? Because we're all getting different things from art. And I think even bad art, or art that does a bad job of covering topics and things, can be a launching pad for learning, and for learning more about perspectives and experiences that we don't have. So I'm going to show one thing, and then we'll sign off for the night. But I do actually have some books that we could read after this. Sneaky cat, shut up. Okay, so for horror, I have 2 books that we could read next. And one of them is very relevant to Mike Flanagan's works, so I might do that. The Turn of the Screw, the basis for Bly Manor. Bly Manor is based on the Turn of the Screw. Fun fact. So, we could read that. I also have a very trans book. The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and Other Tales of Horror by Robert Louis Stevenson. So it's not just, this doesn't just contain Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It also contains, I believe, a few murder mystery ones, a sequel to Hyde, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's some other stuff in here. Anyway. So there's some Stevenson horror. There's some Henry James horror that we can read. Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales, which are very queer. We can read this next month. I bought it on sale ages ago, like years ago, and it's got all sorts of stuff, including, you know, the original Little Mermaid. So I could choose out some of those that we could read, especially because it's Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales, which are weird. And another Robert Louis Stevenson classic, Treasure Island, is actually a good book, and I read this on stream years ago. It is very fun. It shockingly holds up in a lot of ways. It's not perfect. It's got messy parts. But holy shit, is it ahead of its time in a lot of ways, and in interesting ways. It's an interesting work to discuss. I think it's worth reading. I could perform this on stream as well. So those are just a couple of my stuff. Plus, if people are really interested in this and really enjoying it, and I keep doing it, I can always go buy more books. There's a lot of art that exists from before... from ancient times. Hell, I would love to do a stream where I perform Macbeth or Hamlet. Because people think Hamlet and Macbeth and things are boring. They are not. Shakespeare's super fun if it's performed right. But it's gotta be performed right. It's gotta be performed right. Anyway. Yeah, so if people are interested in me doing more readings and performances and things of books, we can absolutely do that. And especially some of these other ones get fun because I get to do a bunch of character voices. Like Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island has a bunch of very fun characters. And, like, I would enjoy inventing voices for each of them, you know? You get to see me play with my voice a lot. Yeah. So I hope that is all interesting to you all. And yeah. I will talk with you all later. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna have a good sleep. We'll be on tomorrow. I'll probably play a little bit more Deadspace. I might even finish it. Definitely gonna be streaming the art stuff for most of the day, and we will end the day, or maybe earlier in the day. I'll do some Poe throughout the day, maybe as like breaks if I've been drawing for too long. But yeah, I hope to see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.